there are different kinds of documentations and involvement. We're going to touch on what a lot of this is, because when you go in here, like to the documentation tab, for example, there's a whole QGIS training module manual there with tutorials built inside of it that volunteers built into this. So QGIS really is a community, and it is something that is better for that, because if the community is just like, you know, wouldn't it be really cool if geospatial software did this? And if a lot of people are like, yeah, you're right, they'll make that happen by building their own plugin. And so it's that feedback from the kinds of things. It has really good interoperability. For example, it is compatible with Windows and Mac right away. It has a global reach because of its accessibility from a financial standpoint. If you have people that you're working with in other countries, especially other countries that aren't exceedingly wealthy, QGIS is a really good platform to work with them, especially if you're thinking about doing field work in a place where you need to have integrations with mobile platforms that come back to a central GIS. It has really good cartographic tools. It has new takes on how to work with spatial data because the community can bring that influence. And it also has really, really amazing work that people produce out of it. So there is this Flickr group that people post on periodically about the kind of maps that they make using QGIS. So if you go to that link that's in that slide deck, you can just scroll through this. Flickr is supposed to be for photos, but any kind of image you want to upload. These are all maps that people have produced with QGIS. Sometimes with other open source softwares as well, like Blender, and to add in different kinds. But if you'll click on some of them, people will describe the work, what they did. Sometimes they just throw it up there and they're like, ah, whatever. But sometimes you can get a really good hint and get inspired of the kind of work that people have produced with QGIS. I just show this quickly to say that if you are a cartographer, QGIS is very capable of doing all kinds of really elegant work. QGIS is also getting a lot more known and popular globally. This is just a thing I pulled. I went on to the Google search to find what the search terms are and the ranks of them. This is worldwide for QGIS, ArcGIS, and some old other platforms that have, like Map Info, that have kind of died off a little bit. Who knows what this spike is?
COVID.
This is the Johns Hopkins dashboard for COVID, like that ArcGIS online thing. People are like, what is that? I'm pretty sure that because of that dashboard, that is what caused this search spike right here. But if you take away that outlier, you can see that QGIS is growing in very strong parallels with ArcGIS as well. So how did it come about? Gary Sherman in 2002 wanted to be able to see data that he was working with in a Postgres database. So he started building this thing and he was like, hey, does anybody want to help out with this? And everyone jumped on and it grew and became a thing in and of itself. And so it really is something built by people from volunteer right from the beginning. And if you go to qgis.org, you can find the steering committee list of people and all, like people who run user groups. There's a really strong one in Denmark. But these are some of the people that are of note that I wanted to bring up. Anita Grasser is in Austria. She is one of the steering committee members. Kurt Memke, I'm going to be channeling a lot of him. He now moved to Denmark partly because of QGIS, but he has written a lot of books that I recommend. But he's originally was running a consulting firm called Bird's Eye View out of Albuquerque. So he's done a lot of work. And Niall Dawson, he's probably one of the people that's going to be on the end of like a bug report. And it is just so committed to making sure that releases and things are working well. So again, it's people, and being part of it makes QGIS succeed. So I'm always trying to encourage businesses to figure out ways that they can like donate to QGIS, because it is completely free as well, but it does live off of donations and people's own help to kind of make it succeed. So I won't go into this too much because, like I said, you can go to that website and dive in and find stuff under the documentation and users. We're going to play with it a little bit, but if you go there, you can find how you can get involved in users groups and find the blog posts. You can go to this website and look at all of the plugins that people build, and it's just a menu of things that you can grab from and add. You can also do that directly from within the software. So we're going to do some of that today. And of course, there's a lot of conferences that you can go to get more tied into that. There are sustaining members for it. I just started doing some screenshots of their list, and there are a whole bunch. There's that Denmark flag, and just a lot of different places that are supporting it. And you'll kind of like get a sense of that network of people that support developing certain kind of plugins. Like when there is a lot of need for somebody who's like, hey, we do want to develop that mobile app that comes back into this platform. Who can support that? And these sustaining members will kind of jump on board and help. So it does have a steering committee. It's really well supported. The releases of QGIS come fast and furious. And they actually post these fun little videos that honestly I hadn't looked at until I was putting this workshop together, of like, what are the new changes for every release that they do? And they'll have like a video highlight of the things that show up, like, hey, you can highlight 1 pixel now in a raster, and different kinds of little functionalities that people find useful when you're working with GIS, that somebody's like, hey, I would like to do this. And then they build it and bring it to the user groups and say, hey, can we put this in the core software? And that's how the software builds all the time. So I'm going to go through a whirlwind tour of some of QGIS features, and I stole all of these GIFs from Kurt Memke. So I'm not responsible for some of the things that are here as far as knowing exactly what the data is, but here's our whirlwind tour. Basic interface. So when you open up QGIS, it looks very much like ArcMap, right? Because it was developed at a time for people who've never used ArcMap and just went straight to Pro. ArcGIS kind of looked like this, where you would have your interface here, layers panel where all of your data comes in, and your browser panel to look at your file systems, and then all of your toolbars and everything up there. plus information down at the bottom that lets you know what coordinate reference system that you're in. It's got a search bar for you to like type in and just find data files and tools down at the bottom. So all kinds of bells and whistles. But you can customize this, and we'll look at how you do that. So everybody's own version of QGIS looks different because all of those things are dockable, all of the windows that we have. So there is a data source manager. You can say, I want to bring in all of my things from this browser and pull things in. You can drag and drop. That was something that ArcGIS had to catch up with QGIS to do too. You can drag and drop a zipped shapefile into your layers panel, zipped, and it opens. Right? There are like these little details that just make things a little bit nicer to work with. You can look for features by value. QGIS has a very strong expression-based engine that we're going to use a little bit, and you can add different expressions to find your data, pull your data out, or filter it. This is an example of one of those dialog boxes. Just doing we want to select for acres over 10,000. And then there's all of these different samples. And when you click on these, it also has this built-in, this is how you build that expression. So it's got really good online help posits going. You can search for data and tools in that lower box that I pointed out. It's just got a really nice thing where you're just like, what did I do with that layer? What was it called? So you can just type in build, and you will find all of these kind of tools, or if you have data layers that have building in it, all of those things will show up when you do that keyword search. This is something that's really wonderful. Oh, sorry. Thank you. No, you're good. This is, thanks. Calories. It has a really, really great print composer in it that is separate from the data space. But what's nice is that you save these as different files so that you can go back and keep that same layout and redo it with different data. So it's really good for reiterating multiple kinds of maps of the same kind of framework. We'll play with that a little bit too. This is an example of one of those fun little details that somebody's like, you know, it would be really nice if we just built in automatic wrapping of text in our attribute spreadsheet things, files, databases. So it has things like that in it. The simple joys of what happens when you let people develop how they want their software to be. It has interactive labeling. You can take your label toolbar and say, I want to just kind of like drag around my things and make them look a little bit better that way. You can also do scripting and use those expressions and have some guidance for how things should start out with, but you can also do interactive labeling. As of, I think it was version 2.12, so 3D viewing has been built in. So if you are working with LiDAR data and you have point clouds, GIS can do it as well as looking at digital elevation models or mesh files. There is a processing toolbox, and this is going to be very familiar to all of us that have done a lot of things with Esri, is that you can search for things. This is very much kind of built on the same toolbox that was in ArcMap, that you can go and find all of those different tools under different kind of categories, but it also has a search space for it. In addition, there are the general geoprocessing like clip, buffer, all of those kind of vector things in the main menu right off the top of our QGIS. Interoperability. One of QGIS's strengths is being able to work with so many different kinds of data files. And also it started with PostgreSQL as a viewer for it. Like that's why it was built. So there are a lot of different database integrations that you can do with QGIS as well. Geoprocessing, like I said, there is the processing toolbox and you can go in there and find all of those similar kinds of things that you're used to doing with manipulating your vector and raster data. You can also do it via Python with the Python console, and we'll touch on that. There's also a modeler that you can use to build a project and rerun if playing with code is not the thing. So there are many different ways of doing that. Variables are something that are built into the project. So you can set them at a global, like your QGIS. You can set it at a project level or a layer level. And these can be things like just having some kind of conversion factor that you use a lot. Like you want to go from square feet to square meters all the time. You can just set a variable within your projects and use that in your expressions. There is an interactive styling doc. So there's a lot of different panels that you can add in, and you can put your layer styling one here. And this is like really similar to how ArcGIS Online, like when you're doing that, like it sits there over on the side where you can say, I want to change the color and everything. But this has access to all those amazing cartographic tools that QGIS has. You can also do it the normal way of doing a right click on a layer and then opening that up and getting to the symbology tabs. But there is a lot of ability of really doing careful things with color, with data visualization and cartography. We have different renderers. There's sub-renderers as well, but these are just ones for points, polygons, and raster kinds of things. So those maps that I showed from the Flickr gallery, they're all making use of these things. Blending modes is a really, really great thing where you can take your hillshade, which is where you take your digital elevation model, put the shadows on it to make that hillshade. But then you can blend that into another layer that you have with, in this case, some kind of county thing or something. I'm not sure exactly where Kurt is doing this, but it can really change the look of that map. And so there's a lot of cartographic control with the blending modes. So these are some other things that I just had this slide from a different presentation that I did, but I wanted to bring it up because we're going to touch on some of these. We're going to play with a temporal controller, a plugin called QGIS to Web, which makes web maps out of what you build on your desktop. So that's kind of an interesting way to go. We have geocoding services that are built in to a plugin that we'll talk about. And then the way the print composer works is pretty amazing. And then there's also just, again, like little details. There's one for color accessibility. If you want to see what your map would look like to somebody that has color blindness, you can turn on this viewer and it will just automatically take your project and display it to you the way it would look to that person. So there's all sorts of really kinds of great little things within QGIS that we're going to touch on. And yeah, that was kind of the whirlwind overview of what this software can be. But again, I want to emphasize that this software is community and it can be anything the community wants. I think that's kind of one of the more important messages that I wanted to share. Any questions? I do want, yes, Mark.
Under interoperability, yeah, the different file formats. Somebody was telling me once that QGIS will export out a .aix file for Adobe Illustrator.
Illustrator?
Yeah.
I have not done that. I have heard that that is true. Staying in the world of open source, I have messed with Inkscape.
Escape?
It is,
a vector.
yeah, it is the parallel to Illustrator. And it is the open source space, but yes, I have heard that people have done AIX files.
Because for me,
Yes.
it's critical that I'm able to get the data and the vectors out into Illustrator.
Yes, and you can export as SVGs as well,
Oh, okay.
which is the basic, like, that you've got your sort of vector graphics and you can do things with that, so.
But is it like, all right, I have to export each layer, SVG, have that file, re-layer it in, or is it like a big export?
You can export an entire map as an SVG. So,
Well, right. I mean, you can in Pro, but it doesn't really come out.
yeah, that I say that with the, how well does that actually open in Illustrator?
Right.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't actually done a real nice cartographic project in some time. So I'm not the best to tell you exactly what really works. But I've been using Inkscape for some stuff.
And then like, I've never heard of Inkscape, so it's hard. But like, once you have it in Inkscape, does these Inkscape, sorry, have additional export functions that you can like sort of maybe run it through Inkscape, but then maybe get it finally into Illustrator? Like save it as some sort of.
I think people that would use an Inkscape would be like, why are you going back to Adobe? Because it is supposed to be but so yeah, I haven't done that. I'm not sure.
I'm reluctant to give up Illustrator because I'm a wizard at it.
That it's a lovely thing. I kind of hope in my life I somehow keep attached to that license myself. All right. Okay, what are we? I should keep looking back on where we actually are. Okay, we're running a little bit over, but not too bad. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is start in with module 1, and let's all just start playing in there. And I've got this is the one that has the Denver data. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the interface, play around with it, and just talk about the basics of using QGIS And if you haven't already gotten all of the data, this is the one that just goes to the Denver data that we're going to be using in this particular exercise. So module 1, it's just that this really does start out with a lot of words of like, what is GIS? Why do we care about this? This group knows about that, so I'm going to skim over that a little bit quickly. But we're going to be talking about vector and raster data in this, and how does QGIS symbolize it a little bit. So we'll just start doing some real basics there. How to load data, and just do some basic selection overlay analysis kind of things, just to kind of get our reminders about how this works. So I am going to open. I have, I do a long-term release. So the latest long-term release is Forenza, the 3.28. If you have one of the later releases, then everything we're doing should be fine on all of these. It's kind of usually the more complicated operations that the newer releases go, what happened? So I am going to start with a new empty project. So when you first open QGIS, some of your projects that you've been working on will come up on the side, and you can just double click on them directly. So it's got a doc to remember the projects that you've been on. Or you can just click directly on new empty project, and it defaults to EPSG 4326. So a really cool thing about QGIS is that it does not let you accidentally start doing things with project or data layers that have different projections. It yells at you. It lets you know every single time that it's like, that does not work in this project. So I can double click on that, or I can go up to my menu up here and say project. And new, and click that. Just want to make sure I didn't open up to by accident. So once you have this open space, take some time to like look around. It very much was based on that. Looks like ArcMap. But so if you take your data, so I just to kind of be in the same space as everybody, and if I messed anything up, I will have the same problem. So hopefully we'll know. I downloaded all of the workshop data. I've got it in my downloads folder. And oh, look at this. I can just grab this zip file and go plunk. And there it is. That is a very, very simple way of loading data. I can grab this DEM and go plunk. I can highlight more than one at once. And go plunk.
So I take it all these are in the same, so we're not getting these.
Exactly.
Words.
Yeah. So if I were to try and drop a file that was in here that had a different projection, it would immediately tell me, you need to transform this, and these are your different options to pick for how to do that transformation. If you hover over your data layers on the side, a little pop-up shows up that says what that EPSG is of each of those data layers. So for starting out simply, especially for this particular workshop, I just made sure that everything was the same and it was just all in this geographic coordinate system 4326. So like in ArcMap, you can drag things and drop them and put them in different places so that you can see all of your data. I always like doing the hierarchy of points, lines, then polygons. And you'll notice that my layer styling doc is already open. Yours may or may not be. But if it's not, if you go to this gray area in the upper part of the software and you right click on it, you will see a whole different option of different kinds of panels and toolbars that you can turn on and off that are part of your GUI interface.
Sorry, I missed that part. You click where?
Anywhere in this gray area in the top, right click on it.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the secret hidden things about how do you find menus in GIS software. It's like, just right click on everything and stuff will show up, right? That's kind of how all of this works often. So to go back to our actual module, this room knows what GIS is. We've already talked a little bit about QGIS. I do want to bring up my little example about why GIS is important though, because the tumor that is DIA, that is part of Denver County, and people say, oh, there are so many great restaurants in Denver. And it's like, what does that mean? When you sit, like if we get some spreadsheet that's like, these are all of the restaurants in Denver, the distribution of them in a spatial place like that it's interesting. So there's some verbiage here about what QGIS is. It is supported by the Open Source Geospatial Foundation. And I want to talk about that a little bit more at the end of today, because you'll notice on the downloads, you can just load QGIS, but you can also get the OSGeo package that has a lot of different things that you can connect QGIS to, and have an OSGeo terminal that you can do things with inside and attach this open source software to a lot of different things.
Rhoda had a question if we could address it.
Yes, absolutely.
She asks, can you stream data from web services into QGIS? If so, how do you deal with those services being in different projections in the local data? And if you pull up the chat right there, you can see her question.
Yeah, okay. Also, Greta, if you do have questions, feel free to unmute and interrupt. I'm fine with that too. So when you look at what we can pull into QGIS, in addition to like dragging and dropping, which was like kind of the simple introductory way to do it, there is this data source manager button in our toolbar up here. If you hover over these, we've got great little tooltips. And this one has a data source manager for adding all sorts of different things, including web services that are there. And like when you build the project that has that in, it will print. I am assuming that these web services have that projection and they won't change, right? So once you have that incoming, you can set up a project to have a to deal with that projection to match what you have coming in. So you can do that on the project. If it changes, then the project will probably break, but there will be a warning, I suspect.
So you're saying that whatever projection your web feature service is in, the rest of your map needs to also be in that, otherwise you're going to get an error every time?
I
Or
no, I
like a
think
pop-up every?
you can build something into your project that can take that web service and change the projection to the projection you want for your project.
Oh, okay. So you would basically like manually get it to project on the fly. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Or alternatively, do what you suggested is like have your project match the incoming stream service.
This is the tool I was saying that I use, the delimited text.
Yes.
To transfer.
Yeah, and it's, I guess when I was like, my brain was going, it wasn't so much a tool, it's just like, this is how we load that kind of data, which is right here. So you can, we're gonna do some of that today.
Well, yeah, this is apparently something coming from a blank CSV file that the ARC can do. Okay.
Yeah,
I tried to do it, it was like,
I
Yeah,
dealt with this week actually, and Luke helped me out with it, like board member. So I have like a ton of coordinates in like one column. There's no like X column, Y column, so
Right.
Art wasn't able to read it, and he's like, pull it into QGIS, and he did this, and it worked immediately.
yes, this QGIS is awesome at bringing in delimited text. Because you can declare exactly, when you do this, what you can work with what's coming in and change your data so that it reads those coordinates to make the XY coordinates. Right, so data types, we know data types. We have our data already. So this is the interface. And again, I just want to emphasize that all of these toolbars that are up here, this is completely customizable to the kinds of things that you want to do with your software. And every time somebody creates a plugin, it's going to come in different places. So you probably don't have this QGIS on yours yet, but we're going to put it in there today because this is going to help us do geocoding. There are different ways plugins come down on some of these drop-ins, and then sometimes you just have them as different toolbars that show up. So how things get built sometimes are a little bit varied, but that means you can build your desktop exactly the way that you'd like it to look. So here is that right click on the gray toolbar area to see what kinds of panels, like the layer styling panel, that's that dock to keep your symbology there that you can access really quickly. Layers panel, browser panel, those are the two general always there. But then we have all sorts of toolbars like advanced digitizing, which gives you more details about how to actually work with doing digitization and editing in QGIS. So as we've noticed that it's really easy to pull in our data, we can either use that data source manager to very carefully load things, or if we know where things are, we can just drag and drop them in. So if I'm looking to pull in a vector data set, I can pull it in from databases, files, directories. I can browse for it and just click and load everything from these little go find my data and drop them in. I can connect to Postgres databases, all sorts of different kinds of ways of pulling data in. So just like with anything, our project file is different than our data files. So you will see that you'll want to save that project file where it's keeping track of all of the styling and the things that you've done. A lot of times when you're working with data in QGIS, the default is save to a temporary layer. And so you'll see that when you're working in the dialog boxes. And then if you want to export something, and this is kind of a neat thing. So if I take this bicycle accidents data layer and say that I do want to have it in some different kind of, like I've done a definition query on it. So I've pulled it so that I have some kind of selection. And I just want to save that as a separate layer. I can do save features as. And here's the thing that's really nice about QGIS is that it does the reprojection for you as you do the saving when you pick the CRS, when you make a new feature class. So I can say, yeah, I want to save it to an Esri shapefile, or I can pick all of the, I can save it to a GeoJSON, I can save it to a geopackage, all of these different kinds of file formats, add my file name, layer name, but then I can go into all of my coordinate reference systems and pick it, and it will do that reprojection upon saving that. I'm not going to do this right now because all of my things are happy, although kind of oddly colored perhaps. So the right click is still your friend. If I right click on the layers over here, I get this menu that has that standard zoom to layers so I don't get lost of where I am in my workspace. I can rename the layer. I can do I can export it as to different features. And then I can also go to the properties of each particular data layer. And here, this is, if I don't have the layer styling panel open, this is where I can go into my symbology and change things. Or I can look and work with labels for a particular layer. I can look at the source and see exactly what that CRS is for that particular data layer. And this is also where I can do definition queries and build queries on that layer in that source tab. So we're going to do all of those things. Just kind of bouncing around the interface and giving you time to poke at it. There is also, if you want to do a direct color change, you can double you can click directly on the symbology for the layer. And it'll take you to that place where you can just change the colors directly there as well. So let's go ahead and just do some practice of changing things around and getting used to what we have. And again, this piece about saving project files, this group will know that you do want to save this, but if you are doing something where you're creating a new data layers are separate and saved separately, whereas the project is just where your styling is and everything. So I always like to emphasize that we want to understand what our data is when we load a whole bunch of things, to encourage people to open that attribute table and know exactly what the fields are and understand what the data is. All of this is stuff that I have pulled from the Denver Open Data Catalog. And we're mostly going to mess with a trees data set, which I took a subset of because it is massive. And so I just selected a number of species of trees and then clipped it to this little Denver area that we're going to be playing around with. So examining the attributes and then understanding what's there so that we can then use those to do styling. So I'm going to go to the select trees data, open that up, and you'll see that there is a species column that we can use for symbolizing our dots so we can see different kinds of things. You'll notice that when I clicked on the top of the column, it sorted my data right away. I can go and say, I want to sort it by address number or by the street, and toggling it flips it up and down. So it's just kind of a way to explore the data and see what all of the fields are there. So it's pretty standard. Try and see what's there. This,
I think I missed how do you, because you open properties, you right click on the,
right click on select trees,
right,
and then there's an open attribute table, sorry.
oh, open up attribute.
Attribute table, yes.
Oh,
I
okay.
always say
Oh, I
that
see.
back and forth, like different ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, I just. Oh, nice, okay.
And I've opened it twice. So yeah, it's always good to understand what our data is, right? Because this is what we can use to do analysis, or we can use that to do our symbolization. So what I want to start out with is look at the species column, and we're going to symbolize our dots by color based on the kind of species of tree that we have. I'm going to turn off the bicycle dots because they are a little distracting. I'm going to maybe turn my water bodies. If I highlight this, you'll notice when I click on a layer on the side that the active layer in the layer styling dock shows up, and I can come over here and really quickly make my lakes blue, and I can make my parks green just by highlighting that active layer in the layers panel, and then have my layer styling dock change. So that's with single symbol. I'm just changing the colors of my polygons. I can do the tree color as well for my symbols and say I want them to be a darker green. But let's do something with them that kind of separates out what the trees are. So if we go up to that single symbol area and click on that, you'll notice there's like all of these little drop down arrows that will give us access to different kinds of things. So I'm going to pick categorized because I'm not working with numerical data. I'm working with 5 different species of trees that I pulled. And because I've looked at my data, I know that I can go into this value for this drop down and say, yeah, I want to do different colors of trees based on that species value. Now, you might be like, okay, why is nothing happening? It always wants us to say, once we've set everything up, we need to hit classify for it to actually run, and then do that. So we'll see that we've got apple, Norwegian maple, ponderosa pine, blue spruce, and weeping willow trees in our data set. I just kind of cut it down to those different flavors. Now, our spatial analysis brains will look at this and go, huh, that's like I can visually see some things here in a pattern and just the way the trees are planted, right? Like everything east of Broadway, why so many Norwegian maples?
Where all the houses are.
Yeah,
And west of Broadway is where the railroad tracks are.
yeah. And so we can do things to figure out these kind of distributions and not just look at it, but use that select and analysis and use GIS to kind of get a new, the counts of what our tree distribution actually is. So we'll go back to the raster thing, but we're doing kind of exploring relationships right now. So we can select our features in different ways. And so I can say in here, if I go back to my QGIS and I say I want to just see what the numbers of things are and select them out of my data set, because we've only symbolized them. But if I look at that table of the data, I still don't really know what the percentage of things are. So I can go up to this toolbar up here, which is my selection toolbar. And if I hover over it, you'll see this one that looks like select features by value. It looks like a little gray square on a yellow square. If I open that, I can start typing in one of the species of tree that I know that's there and say, yep, I just want to select all of the Norwegian maples. And now QGIS's default highlight color is bright yellow. So you can change that if you want to. You can go into your own project and say, I prefer to have a different color there. But now when I go back to my select tree, so I'm going to right click on there and open that table again. And now we will see that I've got all of these maple trees highlighted in blue. Down here in the lower corner, there's a different menu that says, I can say show just the selected features. And so I only have the blue rows in here. I can say show all features. And I can see all of them in there and work with those different kinds of data. But also at the top, we now have some of that more definite numbers where we have, you know, nearly 4,500 Norwegian maple trees out of our total data set. So that's where we're pulling our real numbers, right? Where we can do analysis. So you can also do select by dragging. So Broadway's kind of an interesting thing where we've got that street, it's like Mark was saying, all the neighborhoods on one side of the street versus the other. But now we know that we have like 4,500 total Norwegian maples. I'm going to clear my selection. And now I can say, all right, now what are the number of trees that are on, I didn't do a very good grab of that way, but you can just go down Broadway and select all of the ones that are just east of Broadway. And so you can do manual selection as well, just like you can in Esri products.
Oh,
If you click on the little down arrow next to that select features manual selection, you can do it by polygon, freehand, select features by radius. And then of course there is always the tedious individual clicking thing.
oh, yeah.
Which hopefully that's never part of your workflow, but it could be. So you can also go in and hold shift and do small different kinds of little blobs. and continue selecting little chunks in different ways. So all of my bright yellow trees here are ones that I've just held down the shift button and done multiple selections manually.
I have a question.
Yes.
So it looks like the layer styling, is that like docked on the side, kind of like Esri?
It is docked on the side, but it doesn't have to be.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So all of these, again, with the customizable and really transferable, you can say, I want to put it anywhere. And you can close it down, you can move it around. That's part of what this interface is really nice. Like you can do that with any of the panels. Was that your question?
Yes, that was my question, yeah. I was trying to move around my window, I guess I didn't see that, so. I'll try to-
Yeah, and with it gets, you know, trying to figure out where to actually grab things.
Yeah,
It takes a little bit of getting used to like what part of the gray should I be clicking on, right?
Right.
But it is possible.
yeah.
All right. Cool, how's everyone doing? Good? Good? Another thing to pay attention to with our trees is we can also do an overlay. And so maybe we just want to, we've noticed something about where evergreens are planted relative to deciduous trees, for example. And maybe we want to just find out how many of the ponderosa pines are in parks versus not, right? So to do this, our process of thinking through the data and like how we would do this kind of basic analysis is, all right, I just care about the ponderosa pines now. So I've got this whole select trees thing. But really what I want to do is bring it down to just the ponderosa pines. So I'm going to right click on my select trees layer. Click on properties this time. That's going to bring us back to this main menu that's got all of these different options, the symbology, labels, different things like that. But if we go to the source, this is changing what our data source is like. Here is where the query builder is, and this is similar to doing definition queries in ArcGIS. So when I open that, it's got this pretty nice expression builder for you. So I can say, you know, I'm interested in my species of Colorado still, so I'm going to double click on that. Have that fill in my expression, and I say, oh, I just want it equal to one species of tree, but wait, what were all the species that I have, or what are they again? I can click on them all, and it's going to show me all of these, or I can search like we did for the Norway maple before, just to have it brought up. And then I can use that and say, I want species of Colorado, species of tree, just equal to ponderosa pine, and I can double click on that, and it will build my where species of tree equals my query for it right there. You can test it and say, is this what I want? And it says, yep, it's working, and it gave you this many rows. So it gives you that feedback right away about the kind of information that you might be getting back from it before you say okay. So I'm going to click OK there, and that just fills it in that query thing. I can click apply and keep this window open, or I can just click OK, and it will limit that data layer just to that particular query.
And then that little filter, the little filter icon pops up.
Yes, and that,
You're actively filtering the data, you're not, right, okay.
exactly, we have not changed the data set. We have just said the only thing that I want to work with right now is the ponderosa pines.
And then by clicking on that, it brings up the query builder. Nice, okay, cool.
Yeah. So you can go back and change that. And so this, again, visually, I'm like, hey, it does look like a heck of a lot of the ponderosa pines are not in people's yards, but they are on the parks. Just kind of an interesting pattern that it would be neat to know what is the actual statistics about how many of the ponderosa pines are in parks versus on people's properties, houses. So I can go back up to this menu down here, and I can say my select thing. We've looked at select manually. We've looked at select by value. We've got our clear button. And then there is also this select by location. And this is where we get that classic things that are intersecting, they're within, without, like all of the same different kinds of ways of doing overlays with different kinds of vector layers and seeing what we've got. So it chose select trees because I have that highlighted in my layers menu, but I want to double check that that really is what I've got going on. And then I want to do the comparison layer to be the parks layer. So this is from this button up here at the top, the select by location, opens up this dialog. And the other thing that's great about QGIS is much like ArcMap and just having a description about what that tool actually does for us.
And then what's the button to clear a selection? Is that
That's the
easy
one with
button?
the little, that's this one right here.
Yeah.
The little red that clears all of them.
Okay.
So I'm going to run this. And now, after I've done that, I can close my thing, and all I have left, and I can turn off some of these other maybe distracting layers. The streets are a little busy. Then I can see all of the trees that are the ponderosa trees that are actually in parks relative to ones that are not. And again, going into the attribute table and notice that we've got almost 1,600 out of the 2,000 of the ponderosa trees in our study area are all on parks, right? So that's kind of like a really quick overlay analysis, but where all of the buttons are.
Now that we have this one, okay, so for example, we did all this selecting. This is something I use in Pro a lot. Create layer by selection. So we have this ponderosa pines on parks.
Yep.
So I just want to layer ponderosa pines on parks.
So if you do the right click,
Right?
and you'll notice right here, I have it up on the screen, although it's kind of low down. There is export, and you can say save selected features as.
Okay.
I think there's a. Great. So I'm gonna clear, there's the things. Clear that selection. I am gonna go back to this query and just get rid of my query. So now I get all my trees back. And I'm gonna turn them off. Bring up our DEM because we do have some raster data in here. This is a 1 meter DEM of that Denver area. And if we click on that, you'll notice we can have our layer styling for our raster also has a very different look because it's raster data. And so it has a very different kind of styling menu. But we can go and say, I want to go to different kinds of symbolizations of it and pick different kinds of color ramps. Wow. And change the way that we show things. So we can pull all different kinds of raster styling in here as well. So this is going back up to the styling. And again, it's just that same thing where we can pick different kinds of color ramps and add to a different kind of thing. And there's the elevation color ramps that you might have seen that people add to hillshades a lot, that add that white on top of the high peak. Those kinds of things are available as well. But you can also very carefully change the values of where those colors show up in your elevation and be very curated about where those breaks are for the color changes for any kind of digital elevation model that you have in the background. So that that's also really good for the different kinds of visualization that you might be wanting to do. My computer is, it feels very warm over here, but it's so you can pick different kinds of ones and go into this all color ramps, and these are different kinds of styles that people will load. They'll build different color ramps. Here's, you know, something more of an earthy color, but you can also change exactly where those breaks are and change the way your DEM looks. So that was, that's the basic. Let's do a quick little break. That was just kind of the introduction to getting familiar with the interface and how we can move panels around and turn on different kinds of tools. So that was module 1, and those will stay up there if you ever want to take this and share it with other people. You are welcome to do that. If I ever do change the data in the Dropbox, I will try to let people know, but I have no reason to change it anytime soon. But this is just kind of like a nice little introduction to QGIS and its interface and the vector graphics. Doing some simple geospatial analysis. What time are we at? All right. So let's take a 10-minute break. 15, and be back. So if you need to use the restrooms, which are right over there. I get to investigate the amazing little chunk of bread that Kat brought me. Sure. We'll be back at 10:50. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Like attribute table showing up in a different format that I've never seen before. It's not just like listed traditionally.
Oh, there's a toggle of how it's being displayed,
Yeah.
and it's down here. Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. Are there two in here? Does anybody want a blueberry muffin?
Options.
Sorry, I wasn't sure how many you wanted, but they're, help yourself, or we can put it up.
Okay. Does anybody want a blueberry muffin?
They're apparently baked fresh today, but they were
Lovely.
busy doing things in the bag.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry, you know what you're saying.
I just figuring out food options. I didn't do any catering stuff since we had a small group today, but
Oh, right.
I was thinking a couple pizzas or something. So
Just
wait for those folks to get back. Let's
Yeah.
put an order here. I think they open
Unless
it. Any
anyone wants
recommendations?
anything weird on pizza.
Yeah, you're the one who lives here, right? So you know where all the restaurants.
There isn't really a lot of good pizza places out here. That's the only problem.
Cause you know,
That's
we
not
gotta, cause you know, that's when we're getting.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, to go up the hill. So,
Photos.
yeah, so
That's called Blue Bows. It's like New York style. Something in top of the road.
I have no idea. Let's try
It
it.
was a review, so I was like, I was gonna roll with this.
Like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been overly, like, nothing has jumped, like coffee places I collect,
Yeah.
cause I love them, but pizza places, nothing has really jumped out. So yeah, let's try it.
Where is this from?
It's coffee. That's like literally the name of it, and it's Turkish coffee and a bakery.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a little hole in the wall that I found by accident, cause I was waiting for something to, like a bank appointment, and it's really, I was impressed.
Lovely.
So. Yeah, well, good. I'm glad to hear that. That's good. Well, you're doing great in that I don't even know if you got breakfast, so this is,
I had, not really, because,
yeah.
so thank you so much. Of course.
Yes,
Usually stop recordings during breaks too.
I'm sorry.
Usually stop the recording.
I would pause it, yeah, but I mean,
Just
That makes
pause
sense.
though, because like if you,
yeah,
whatever.
we might be able to trim it down too before we post it. So we'll probably, what we're trying to do is
On a and flatten it out so that we can display things as a flat model of the earth. And there are many different ways of doing that. The thing that's important when we're working in GIS is that a lot of times, a lot of the things that we want to do don't work with geographic coordinate systems. The software itself needs to know some more information before it can show us the data or calculate distances or do different things, because it needs more of a flat reference system to do those functions. For example, our 3D viewer, if we have a DEM that is only in a geographic coordinate system, and that's what it's set as, QGIS is not going to know what to do with it. It needs to be in a projected coordinate system to be able to do the 3D viewing of it. So this is an example of what happens when you have something that is not fitting the rest of your project. You will get an error warning or just kind of a window that says, hey, this is an example of where you're looking. This is an example of where this whole particular CRS covers and works well. And for this example, we'll talk about this more, but this was a base map that I had that was from Google called Google Road. And it is a EPSG 3857, so it's for web projection. And I had a project that we're about to open that is bizarrely still in NAD 27, but it's an old timey map project. So, but that's EPSG 9311. How many people know what I can read on it? What EPSG stands for? It's a weird acronym. But it is a marvelous code for understanding what coordinate systems we're in, so we don't have to remember all of these datum names and what year they were performed at. It's just a kind of a nice thing to be able to reference. And there is this cool little site called epsg.io that you can go to and type in any number and figure out what that particular CRS is and what it's good for. So, fun little nugget of information. But, so QGIS does not let you get away with mismatched coordinate reference systems. So if I go to this one, and let's see, we'll do a little example here. And if I go to our states data, and I try to pull in this USA Geo package, first, there's two different layers in here. It's going to ask me which one I want. I'm just going to say states. And then that warning just comes up. And it says, hi, this is not the same coordinate reference system. What are you doing? Please change your project coordinate reference system or the thing of this file. So that's how it warns us. And so that we know that we're not kind of in that same spot. So if I go up to project and go to project properties, this is different than layer properties. So this is coming off that main menu up in the high bar up there. This is going to tell me what the coordinate reference system is of my project. And there's a lot of things that we can do with our project as a whole, where we can set project variables, all of these kind of things that deal with that thing that we're working in. So the general settings, like here's that, what is my selection color? I want it to be something other than bright yellow. I can change that here. There's all sorts of different things under the project properties and general settings that you can change in that space. And so that difference is going to the properties of the project and not the data layers. But one of the important ones there is what is the coordinate reference system for that project. So that was our module interlude. And now we're going to go on to module 2 and do some more fun things with cartography and understand the processing toolbox briefly. We're going to do something where we can pull a particular tool out of there. It's called the topological coloring tool. Kind of sounds fancy, and it is when you think about how it works in the background. And then we're gonna have a sneak peek on the plugins and what they are, but we're gonna do a full module on some different plugins. And then we're gonna wrap up this little section with using the print composer and understanding how we can actually make a printed map. All right, so module 2. So this is, we're going to be using data from the state's data Dropbox, and this is the one that has a spatialite database built into it that's got a lot of information, and a lot of things are pre-symbolized for us. And so what we're going to do is go through doing some things first with just a state's data layer, and then we're going to look at the state of Colorado. That's the one that has the spatialite database, and look at a lot of the different kinds of detailed control we can have over our symbolization and our labeling with using expressions. All right, so our first little task is we're going to do a little cartography project that kind of recreates on some level what this state map base looks like. So I am going to open a new project, and this is where we're going to go to that NAD 87, see, I can't even say NAD 27. What? We're going to go to a NAD 27 EPSG thing that is 9311. So I'm going to go to my project over here, and I'm going to say open, and it's going to ask me if I want to save my current project. I'm not going to, because I don't really care. You are welcome to save yours and give it a name. I consider everything that we're doing today scratch things, but if this is something that is not scratch, of course, you want to save your project frequently. Oh, that's the one I want to open. I just want to open a plain one. So I'm going to open a new one. All right. You'll also notice, actually, this is kind of a hanging message from when I tried pulling in that GeoPackage layer into the 4326. It gave me a warning that it kind of used a ballpark transformation to do that. And you can click and open the details and see what QGIS did when I did pull in that states layer. So you can kind of keep track of what's going on, but you can also just X those out. So I do want to change my project properties here this time to that 9311. You can go ahead, and I've already got it up here, but if you just type in the EPSG number at the top, it'll filter and help you find it really quickly. Yes. And it should be U.S. National Equal Area Atlas, because we're trying to recreate that old-timey map look. Once I select it, you'll notice it kind of gives us a little red bounding box of where this CRS is fairly useful.
Why is it search?
Is it not coming up?
I'm not able to highlight the filter box and put it in.
You can't click in the box and it won't let you type there?
Oh, wait. Number lock. That's it. Sorry.
Okay.
It's PCs with the number lock button.
All right, so I'm going to click OK. And now I have my project in that form. So the next thing,
Sorry.
are you, yeah, I don't want to lose anyone.
Okay, so type in filter 9311 under coordinate systems.
It should pop up with NAD 27 USA equal area atlas. Did you?
There's a couple of drop downs you gotta like click into, like it'll show like Lambert or something. It's
Oh, here it is. NAT 27 US equal area. Right? That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, I just had to click down.
Oh, yeah, expand those kind of might be pre-collapsed.
And then when we did pull that up,
It's-
talk about the ballpark again,
Yeah,
so we can just exit that out.
yeah, just close that. It's a warning that just says, hey, if it's red, that's when it blocks you from doing anything.
okay.
Sure, yeah.
So if something breaks, it's just, people are very, this is the opposite ethic to the projection on the fly. It wants to tell you everything that's going on back there, so.
But it's telling you it's projected it on the fly.
It does not do projection on the fly. We actually have just changed our projection, our CRS for the project.
Was that, when you change the projection like that, does that write that to the shapefile? Does it stay permanently that way? Or did you?
No, it will not change your data. But then you will get more warnings if you pull different data layers in with the different CRS. So I'm going to go into my states data folder. And I'm going to drag and drop that USA geo package on, and it has our result that we're shooting for already there, but you're about to make that. So just highlight the states, because if I didn't click on one of these and I just said add layers, it would add both. But I'm just going to click on the states one and just say that's all I want and add those layers. And we get the roulette wheel of what color they're going to come in as. And then we've got this really cute looking chunk of the continental United States. Now, what we're going to do here is use a tool that some developer made that is actually quite amazing. So if we go back and we think about what our old-timey map is like, and these are, people who would always pick like different colors and have to spend all this time trying to figure out which state should be what color to make this map show up and look nice, right? Pick the number of colors, pick where they're distributed. This topological coloring tool that we're going to hunt for uses an algorithm to decide how are all the polygons touching each other? How many colors do we want? You can even add a distance of I don't even want a polygon that's this close to another one if it's not touching it to be a different color. So we can set these limits and say, all right, topological coloring tool, I just want you to pick these colors for me for whatever polygon set that you have. So, yes, Mark.
What is this piece of data? Where did they come from? I'm sorry. I missed that.
The states?
What folder is this?
So go to the states data folder,
Yeah.
expand it, and then you'll see something that says USA Geo Package.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yep.
And then states.
And just pick the plain states, not the color.
Okay, thank you.
So if we go to USA states again, we want to open our table and understand what our data is. And there's quite a bit of information here in this particular data set. It's got Wikipedia links about each state. That's kind of cool. You can do fun things with hyperlinks and geospatial data and maps with pop-ups and information. But if you drag it all the way over to the end, you'll see right now we've got min label, max label, min zoom, region 1. That's our last field in our table for this. So what we're going to do is go up to this processing menu toolbar up at the top, and we're going to open up the toolbox. Again, if you want to find more detailed tools, they're here. If you want to do kind of more general things, like if I go to vector up at the top and click on that, and I see the menu that drops down from there, you'll notice there is a geoprocessing tool option there that has a lot of our normal, how do I buffer something a little bit? How do I clip something? That's where a dissolve difference, those kind of basic vector geoprocessing operations. There's analysis tools there. There's a lot of like heavily used ones that come straight down from the vector menu. But if we're kind of digging into something that's a little bit more quirky, like this topological coloring toolbox, then going to the processing menu and then opening up that toolbox menu gives us options to get all sorts of things. So I can find this by expanding the cartography section, because I happen to know topological coloring is a tool within there. But I could also type in topo and then all of the tools that are associated with topology or topographic this or whatever GDAL raster analysis options will all pop up there. You'll also notice that down at the bottom, when I've got a panel like this and I open up a new panel, I get a tab menu that just hides my layer styling behind it. So I can switch back and forth between my toolbox and that layer styling really quickly if I want to go back to that. So it's not like your layer styling went away. You just got a tab menu instead. All right, so topological coloring. If I find that tool to launch it, I just double click on it. And again, I've only got one layer in this project, so that's the one it's paying attention to. But if I had other layers over here, I would want to make sure that I had my layer that I want to work with highlighted. And so I'm just going to use the defaults on here and say, okay, minimum of colors, or it will pick them depending on what the topology is of those. Here's that distance between features. I'm just going to leave it at 0. But if I had polygons that were like close to each other, but not touching, that I wanted to be different, then I can set that threshold. So I'm going to click run. And that was fast, right? But it didn't, what did it do? It did something though. We've got a new layer, right? And now, and it says it's colored because I didn't tell it to have a better name. And it also, if you look, it's got that temporary scratch layer because I didn't say, I want you to write a new data file to something. So the default on these is like temporary scratch layers, which we can always export and save features as to a real data layer if that's what we want. Or we can just do it right from the get-go in the dialog box and give it a path name and say, this is the file I want to keep. But here, it's also got a quick make permanent save button too, which is nice. But now when I open the table behind this data layer and I drag all the way over, Ooh, I have a new column that says color ID on it. So all it does is it assigns an integer representing each different color that it has decided would be good for you. So just like we did with our trees, we can go over to our layer styling. Instead of single symbol, switch to categorized, because again, we're just doing different colors, right? We were not doing, even though we have numbers, they're integers and they're just categories. It's not a numerical thing. That's where we would use graduated, like if we had elevation kinds of things or temperature numbers, but categorized. And we're going to use that color ID new field that our topological coloring tool made for us. And again, nothing's, oh yeah, I have to hit classify for it to do its thing. Boop. And so it on its own has figured out that ideally the best way to split up these colors, because of that algorithm, like this cool little tool somebody decided that they wanted to build, they can do this. And you can go in and say, actually, this is just like a horrendous color scheme that it's just too much and I need to reduce like that. Oh my gosh, why would anybody ever use that in a real map? I'm going to try and reduce some of these colors to something a little bit more mellow. You can, change them. That is not more mellow. That was an errant click. Yeah, you can just do things.
Sorry, I gotta ask again.
Yeah.
How do we bring up the layer styling window?
So that right click, if you have the layer styling panel checkmarked, it should be available to you.
Oh.
And if you haven't done that, then it won't come up. But if you do have it up, it's going to be hidden in a tab behind your processing toolbox down here if you have it closed.
No, I got it. I didn't have that
Okay.
right click jam click. So we go to categorize.
Categorized, and then select for value the color ID. So that gets us to this space where we have our states colored in different ways, where we don't have juxtaposed states that are the same color. And that's just kind of an example of a neat little idea somebody coded up and built in, and they decided it was good enough to build into a full release of the software instead of having it as an external plugin that somebody would add. So now our next goal is to get those colors to look a little bit more like this shaded blur in. And so one thing that QGIS has that's really great is that you can save styles and save different kinds of ways of representing roads or you can build your own style and save it as a file that you can apply to data that you have. And people even make these available. So if I go back to the main QGIS page and go to users, there's a place where people have they have supplied styles that you can download in here in addition to plugins and things like that. So you can search for other styles that people have built and pull them down. Let's see, it's been a while since I've looked for these. They move around sometimes. Anyway, there are different kinds of cartography products that are built into QGIS that help you do these kind of things very quickly. So here, we're going to go to configure symbol, and this is where we can get, like, dig into multiple layers in the styling doc of all of the cartography that we can do here. So here's the directions for getting to the shape first fill that's in our module 2. And so when we're here, we want to go back to we want to go to our symbol thing. And because if we go back to single symbol, it's going to get rid of our categorized, and we want to keep that color. And so we go by a symbol, and for the color, we want to go to configure symbol. And then once you do that, you can go and pick different kinds of styles that are associated with it. And you'll see that these different areas have like different kinds of drop downs that hide, like, again, it's hiding the places. But if you go to the symbol layer drop down, after we've gotten to this place, then you'll find it. So here, we still have our colors, but I want to go to simple fill because that's going to give me a different menu. And then we've got, instead of simple fill, there's a whole drop down of different options that are here, including that shape first one. And so when I click apply, oh, also this is the part about the 2 colors. The interior of the shape burst, for this, we want to make it transparent because we want to let a base map show through from that bottom part.
Oh, okay. So symbol layer type, simple fill?
Yes.
Change, I can't see. What is it? Does it change to?
So it's clicking on, this used to say simple fill, but I changed it to shape first fill right up here. And I need to set my distance. That's why it's being grumpy at me. Okay.
Oh, I see. Okay. Shape first. Oh.
So right now, like if I put in a base map underneath it, I would still have that white coming through. So I want to make sure that on these gradient colors, on my 2 color, that I select transparent for the interior. And then also that whole shape is kind of a little too starbursty. We're just trying to use this to kind of give a highlight color to the edge of the borders. So I want to set my distance to be a little bit just kind of to the edge of that. And so I can have that kind of old-timey look, and what happens, and this is cartography tricks and how we think about how we work with color and saturation, is we can have a really intense color on the inside, and as we have it bleed out, it can just change that impact. We can work with transparency to put things over the top of other things. We can use blurring, blending modes to do all sorts of different kinds of changes to emphasize how our colors change when we're creating maps in that space. So now to be able to get back to what is our old timey map thing that we're trying to get to right here, we want to have all of that other map stuff kind of underneath it. And if you have some sort of base map, just for a quick example for today to put underneath this, that will just kind of complete it a little bit more quickly. But how do we get a base map? So this is the one thing that is a little weird about QGIS because our products have them built in as an option. We need to get something called a plugin for QGIS to get access to base maps. And we're going to do more with plugins in another module. But for right now, and this, we're going to grab one really quick. So if you go to the plugins menu up at the top here where it says manage and install plugins, we're going to grab one called Quick Map Services. Now this is going to, you need to be connected to the web to be able to do this. So right now, my window is, that little window is just reaching out to the intertubes and just being like, okay, what's out there? What plugins are available? And you get this window that pops up that you can pick whether I'm looking for all not installed or the ones that I do have installed. So what I would like all of you to do right now, and we'll talk more about this later, is just in this upper one, type in Quick Map, and you'll see Quick Map Services pop up. And if you highlight it, it's going to give you an option to click install down in the other corner. I already have it in mind, so my option right now says uninstall, but yours should say install. So go ahead and click that, and it's going to reach out to the web and pull that plugin and make that part of your QGIS. So again, plugins, customizable things for your project. So once you've done that, back in your main project, this one, because it is looking out for tiles on the internet to use as a base map, it's going to be under our web menu toolbar. And yours will not be as in depth as much as this one, but I am curious because I forgot, do you have the option that says Google Roads on your default or not? You do. And you don't. No. Huh.
You know, my Quick Map Services drop-down menu is,
It's going to be smaller than this one.
Yeah.
For sure.
is there another?
Well, let's go ahead and fix it right now. You can, because the one that I know that you do have is OSM standard. Everyone should have that.
Do that.
I've got some of them. I have NASA and OSM.
Yeah,
Interesting.
those two.
NASA and OSM are what's in the default. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me show you how to get more for people that would like more. So let's go to this settings piece right here. And Peter, did you already have Quick Map Services?
I think so, yeah.
open? Okay, that would be why. So if you go to settings and open up this little dialog for Quick Map Services, here, go to the More Services tab, and you will see this little warning that says, hey, QGIS did not approve any of this other stuff. This is not involved, but there is a contributor package that you are welcome to grab and stuff into your map if you would like. So go ahead and click on Contributed Pack. Basically, QGIS is just saying, we're not responsible for when these go away, but we don't maintain this. They're not going to break anything. It's just a little warning that does that. You should get a little note that says, yay, you have the contributed pack. And then once you do, you should be able to go in here and say, All right. I do have the Google Roads option. And if I turn that on, see, this is where I'm getting that warning about I need to do a ballpark transformation because Google Roads is not coming in as 9311 immediate, so it's gonna have to do something. But we can pick a different variety of base maps to put underneath our old-timey map cartography style there. You can do a lot more things. If you'll notice in the files that I provided you, there is a project file that's called Colorful Schools. That's a QGIS file. That is a project file for QGIS. If you open that, there's yet another layer that Niall Dawson, who is like one of those people that I mentioned, developed this fun little hack for having multiple little dots, kind of like point light, like shade the inside of that interior to make it look even more like that old-timey map. So there's a lot of different fun hacks that people can do with cartography to make things look, but you're welcome to open that project at some point too and play with it and see how that kind of symbolization works. All right. Now we're going to move to the other project that is in that states file. So if we're going to add some 14ers from a delimited text file, right?
Right.
And add those symbols to a map and play with it. But what I want you to do is open up this project called the State of Colorado.qgz. And it's going to have a lot of stuff in it that we can talk about and look at later. But it just kind of shows, it's not beautiful, but it just shows an example of a lot of different things that you can do when you have a lot of data and you've spent some time manipulating it in different ways. So I'm going to open up this project and I am okay with discarding my temporary layer. And now I am going to go to open up Colorado. It's kind of nested in here a little bit, and then you'll see State of Colorado QGZ. This one has a lot of stuff in it. My computer is grumpy. Why? Let's see what it's thinking. So when you open this up, it's going to look approximately like this. There's a lot of stuff going on here that I want to point out. We've got the state of Colorado. We are in an EPSG 26913 for the state of Colorado. So these are the UTM projections that kind of slice the world in that universal translocator way that gives us nice projections, and we don't have tilted states when we're trying to look at a certain part of the country, but it gives us more accuracy than a global projection would. And it also is in a space where we can do that calculating of meters and all of that. There's a couple of things that I want to point out in what is loading here and what we're seeing. We've got county layers. There's actually two of them. One has that sort of starburst shaded thing going on to give a faded sense to the counties, just like we created for the states. The other one is just the colors kind of overlaid on top of that to just have a full color of it. We've got a digital elevation model in there that has been given a color ramp of elevation. So if you turn off the other layers and just see that digital elevation model, you'll see those different colors. We have a hillshade in there that is giving us we have a hillshade that's in there. Might have to just like tell this thing to die. Go away. That's giving more of that texture of the elevation of the states. We also have very intricately labeled roads. So we have shields that are a certain SVG marker, scalar graphics, that we can save as a symbol and have that attached to different parts of our roads. And so we can have these different kinds of things as part of our project. So there's another thing that's interesting in this set of data. There's a cities layer that you won't see unless you zoom in really far, that has the population tied on it. So you can change on the layer properties of a data set, what level of visibility of zoom you can turn things on and off when you're working in that project. So that's what's going on with that first cities layer. It is also proportionately symbolized by the population size. I apologize for my computer. I'm not sure. I think it's because I have so many Google tabs open. There we go. Hello. So yeah, all of these things, like, and it's grouped by, like, I can turn off my transportation group. I can look just at the DEM. I can turn off the DEM and look at just my hillshade for the state. The way that data is, and this is kind of a neat little cartography trick, there is this thing here called the Colorado boundary. If I turn that off, you'll see that the hillshade was not actually clipped to the state of Colorado. It's just blocked by a little inverted, what's called an inverted polygon, so that my shading for the state of Colorado boundary isn't going inward, it's going out. And it's kind of like a nice mask that you can put on top of things to block different kinds of things that you see. So there's a lot going on here, a lot to explore. If you want to go back and play with this, there is a horrible mess of streams data. Stepping back, I got into GIS because somebody threw the National Hydrography data set at me for a hydrology project and said, here, do this, and we're going to model things with this, because my background is actually in environmental science. And it is kind of a mess of a database. So like here, these are all of the streams for the state. If you want to come back in and play, right now it's just symbolized, categorized on different names. So it's just kind of a mess of things that you could come back and play with if you would like to. But that's what's there at the moment.
At the last elevation, do the management database.
Say that?
At the last elevation, the
Oh, yeah.
Steamboat, I guess the guy who is the manager of that database.
It's
didn't-
amazing,
He
because,
showed it to us, like showed the portal,
yeah,
yeah, it was pretty crazy, yeah.
it's amazing because you can actually do hydrologic modeling on it. That's what it's built for. It's not really built as a cartography product. It's built because like all of the codes and the attributes that are in it help you build code to have water flow on the system. It's amazing. But when you think about it from cartography standpoint, it's a little bit frustrating. So that's my take on that. So we've got this project. You are welcome to go and dig more into it later, but what we're going to do with it right now is add on a layer of 14er summits and place those in a very particular way onto this map, and then learn how to use the print composer to actually make a print map product from this. And you can pick whatever kinds of data that you want to have in your print composer in the end of this. So if you go into this, we're still in the state's data file. You'll notice if you click on Colorado and go in another step and click on GIS data and state, you will eventually find this CSV file called 14ers csv.csv. I did not name this file, but it's good. This is what we're going to put into our product or our project and take the information that's there to make a point file out of those summits. So I'm going to go back to my project, and on this data source manager, I'm going to select delimited text. And I'm going to go up here to this 3 little dots and browse to go find that same CSV again. So I know it's in states data, Colorado, and right now it's only going to show me compatible files. So I'm going to keep looking down until I see it. And then I can click on that and click open. And then it's going to ask me some things. And it will tell me why the ad is faded out. So it's going to say, you need to have your X and Y fields added. So this data is just geographic coordinates of latitude and longitude. So we want to think about our projection systems when we add that in. We're in a geographic coordinate system because we just have latitude and longitude numbers. We're just assuming that for this particular data set. So I've got point coordinates. I have to, it's going to read that attribute table or the spreadsheet and say, oh, okay, there are these different fields there that are longitude and latitude that I can enter in and say, these are what I want you to use to make the X and Y in there. And so you can add in different things that help you pull that information out of these spreadsheets. Now, because it is just geographic coordinate system, I'm going to leave this as 4326, add it, and then save it as a different CRS in the project. So I'm going to click add. And now I've got these little dots in here. And if I hover over it, it's going to tell me I'm in EPSG 4326. I'm surprised it didn't give me the little warning thing, but I'm going to say, I want to save these features as, and give it some place to sit. Just gonna put it in my output test file. call it Colorado 14ers.
This is save layer at, where is it?
If you right click on the layer panel and do export to,
Oh, export.
say, yeah, and then features, save features as.
Sorry, I think I missed a step. So you added the lat and the long with X and the Y.
Yes.
And the add button
It's still grayed out for you?
still grayed out.
What does your CRS say for yours? Does it, because it might be giving you another prompt that says you must pick a CRS.
Oh, CRS must be select, I'm sorry, that's what it is.
Yeah, so go to 4326 for this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's what you said, right?
Yeah, no worries.
So on the output, the file name was filled in automatically, right?
It is filled in automatically, and it will also go to a pathway that you have set as a default for all of your projects. So you can click on this little, these little spaces right here to say, this is exactly where I want it to save, and change the pathway to where you save that file. But you can also declare a pathway that's your standard place, or like the default app data place where it just dumps everything, if you don't reset one.
So you created a new folder?
I threw it in an output folder that I already had on my computer.
Okay, so if I'm doing this, but I want to create a new folder, I go new folder.
Yeah, and you'll want to do that in your operating system of your machine, or you can create new folder directly from there at the same time. Again, that's just data management things.
Oh, and then you go to the new file.
The layer name is more important if you're saving to a geo package, because that's a subset name within the geo package, because the geo package, you can save to a lot of things to it at once, and then you can have different layers in there.
Now, I'm sorry, I need to go back a little bit. Why are we, okay, so we have the 14 units. Why are we doing the save as again?
I want to get them into the same projection as the rest of my project.
Save that.
You can't do that in the data source manager.
The only reason why I didn't, you can pick what it is.
Right, it's about what you do.
You can, but for me, that was, where did this data come from? It might already be in a certain projection. I assumed it was a geographic coordinate system that was 4326, because when you get a data source, you need to know what its projection is before you can start transforming it into anything. So I started it with the 4320, like the geographic coordinate system of that latitude and longitude, and now turning it into a UTM projection.
That's like your kind of always your workflow is kind of presume it's something in a geographic coordinate system and then
The
save it.
workflow is always, where did this data come from?
Yeah.
And what, does it already have metadata in it about what the projection is? Yes, hopefully. If it doesn't, then you have to do some scrambling around to figure out what it is. Because this is a spreadsheet of just lat and long data, I'm just doing a geographic assumption for this exercise.
You did know, say we were looking at something in like UTM 13 or something, and we did know that incoming data was already projected.
I would assign it that CRS
Right.
right away. Yeah. All right, so now I have that in here. My Colorado 14ers I put version 2 on mine as a name because I might have already had a version 1. I'm gonna go ahead and remove my one that was created directly from the spreadsheet, just so I don't get confused anymore. You can do that by doing right click and remove layer. And now we've got our 14er summits on top of our state map. Green dots is kind of a weird thing to use for summit symbolization. We're gonna go with white triangles today, just so we can see some things better, often like little black crosses. Like, you can do whatever you want with cartography, but you always need to think about what is the viewer going to understand intrinsically when we look at a map and map data. So like whenever we symbolize streams, we always make them blue, and we use italic blue font to label them. There are certain things that just help us, that we understand what that is, like, oh, that's a river. So you want to think about how you do symbolization. But for right now, we're going to go with a simple marker that is a triangle. So if I make sure that I'm on my Colorado 14ers in my layer styling doc. From marker, I can pick my color and the size of it and everything, and there's some default white dots and other things. If I've loaded other project styles into this, I'd have more options that I can have there to pick from quickly. But I'm going to go to simple marker, and I'm going to scroll down to these different marker options, and I'm just going to pick, there's a lot, one of these triangles, and then I'm going to make my triangle, instead of green, I'm going to make it white. So if I saved other different kinds of markers, like that SVG shield for the interstates, I can have a lot of menus of different kinds of markers in my styling doc right there. But right now I'm just using one of those defaults for a simple marker. We can do more fun things with it. We can proportionately change the size of our triangle with data overrides. So we don't always just have to have the same size for everything, because we can come in here and say, I want to change my marker size to something that's bigger than just a 2.2 millimeters. I can say I want it to be 5 and make them a lot bigger, but you'll notice these little data override things over on the side. If I click on one of these, I can put an expression in that will change how my symbol changes based on data that I have in my spreadsheet. And one of the things that we have is the elevation of all of our mountains. So we're going to change the size of our symbols proportionate to the elevation of that mountain. So we've added our things, we've got our little triangles here, and now we have an expression that you can just copy and paste, Control C, Control V, nice keyboard shortcuts, and add this into an expression override for the size of our symbols. So again, that's the place where we're going to look. If I go to the size of my symbol in my layer marker here, I can hit this little override button and go to edit, and then I can add that expression in. And this is a very common workflow that you're gonna see in a lot of different kinds of controls for all sorts of things in QGIS, is this expression override. And if you wanted to know more about how this is working, you can go in and look for a particular one, and it's going to tell you that function of what scale linear means and what the arguments are that you can pass back to it and how it works. And explore all of these different options that there's a menu of in that center of the override for the particular space that you're working in.
So we click on, we click on the button on the right, we click on variable
And then click on edit.
or edit.
Yeah,
Oh,
and that's gonna open it to give you that
and
option.
then paste that,
Yes.
okay.
And these are things that, you know, you can play with. So we've got elevation number, that's the field in our 14ers data that we're gonna be using. And we've got a max and min range going from 1400 to 14500. And then we've got our size of our objects of like going from 3 to 7. And I'm gonna click OK. And then if you look at this, and if we go back to, you can use the scroll bar to move in and out, but you can also use your navigation tools to zoom in and see different kinds of parts of your map directly. And scroll back to different views that we have. And then there's always the zoom to the whole layer sort of situation.
How easy is it to do a clustering?
Oh, clustering of the, like when things
Small.
collapse into one dot and then, you know, I have not done that. I've seen it on websites, obviously.
I want to even do it with leaflet.
Yeah, well, it is a website kind of performative thing, right? Where you want to, we're just working with data right now. We don't give people our QGIS projects as a product. We are either doing this to build a print map or to potentially build a web map with QGIS to web plugin. So I don't know where it's the easiest to build that clustering function in. But so there's that expression override where we can do a lot of different things. And now I'm gonna go to, if I have my layer styling, I can go directly to the labels over here, but I can also access that with the right click show labels. Here, right now it's on no labels, that's the default, but I can turn on single labels and then I can pick the field that I can use for those labels. But I can also, well, look at all of these overrides that are over here. I can do all sorts of things with those overrides to change the way my map is looking. In addition to just having the name of the peak, maybe I do want to have the elevation there as well. And I don't want to have it as a long line. And so maybe I want to add it as a separate line. And so here is where we can say, all right, I'm going to take Mountain Peak, and that's the name of one field. And I am going to copy and paste this into my override for the single label option. And so what this is doing is wrapping, there's a carriage return in here and then returning and piping in the elevation as well. And so I can go up to my single labels. Placement engine. And hit this expression button instead of just having the mountain as the thing. Oh, my computer is slow, but so it brings in that elevation in a separate line.
So in that code, the double backslash is separating,
It's a double pipe, yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
then we got the code to tell it to do the return.
Yep.
And then, and under the parentheses is telling it what to display. Is that correct?
Yes.
Showing up at all anymore.
I know, I think that's the hardest part of GIS in general, is remembering all of the
Yeah.
little bits of code you need for each little teeny bit of language.
So just a moment. I must have, when I was putting something together, I didn't get all of the copy paste pieces directly. Is it right now? The other thing that's good is like you can see it says the expression is invalid, which is why it's not showing up in this one. I will need to correct that in the thing, but it does do that.
No, I have it working perfectly. At the elevation, it's slash, quote, bracket, quote.
Some of us are better at copy and pasting than others. I'm gonna go back to, oh, wait, hold on. I'm just gonna go back to.
Yeah, I think the one we copied and paste has peak spelled out.
It does, yeah, and that's what I was just noticed. I think when I was just typing it in. Just like added that on, anyway. Cool,
I noticed too, like.
sleepy typing,
Gives you a preview what it's gonna look like
yeah.
in that
Oh, yeah, cool.
section window there in the bottom left.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
oh, nice.
Yeah, birds.
That's convenient. Sure.
So that is something that we can do with that. There is another little piece in this section that has us just change where the font is sitting around our peak emblem, so you can control that very carefully with putting in a position space. So if I take this little snippet of code that says bottom, bottom slightly right, bottom left, these are little codes that says where you want the label to sit. So you can also do an override of that. And to get to these places, when we're looking at placement, this is where you've got these different tabs over across the top here. So right now, we first started working with just the text. But if you look at the one that has the 4 little arrows and click on that space right here, then you can have a position priority override. And that's where that code for the back lower level. So if you hover over that, it tells you what some of the data defined to override options are there as well. So I can click on this again, go to edit, and do a control paste. And then you can see how that can change things when you're zooming in or not. It can change the position of where it prioritizes for putting the label. So you can get really careful and prescriptive about that as well. And if you want to, you can also just add in this scale linear, like there's another little bit of code here to do a data override on the size of your font. And so you can add an expression that does changes there as well. So there's the whole point of this is that these data overrides and like these little expressions that you can use gives you a lot of flexibility on all of the cartography and labeling of the sizes of your symbols to your imagination's end in general. So the last thing that I want to do with this module is this piece about how we actually do a print composition and create a map or a print layout. And so if I end up with something in my project that I actually like, that I want to show, what I might do is position my canvas view approximately where I would like to see my map view show up, with the kinds of things labeled showing in it that I want to have in my final map. And then what I'm going to do, I can go and customize all this later. It's just if I get this view in the canvas first, it gives me a better sense of where my map view is going to end up being. And so now, under project, we're going to go to new print layout. And what this is going to do is give us a whole different working interface to create our print product, whether it's going to be for insertion in a report, or we're going to make a poster, or whatever this is. This is for a print layout. So it asks you to give it a name. And I'm just going to call mine class demo. But the reason why we do this is that you want to name it in a way that it refers to the framing, the kind of layout that you want, because you can reuse that same layout for different kinds of data layers. So you get this new window, totally new window. And again, it's the secret right click on blank things menu. If I go to page properties, this is like the first thing I want to do, because I want to think about what is the size of my print layout? What am I trying to work with here? if I go to page properties, I can pick whether it's a landscape or portrait kind of thing. I'm just gonna pick letter and landscape. And so I'm setting my page size here that I'm gonna be working on. So that's always the first thing that you want to do, because then everything else kind of scales to what you're working on there. Now, on the far side, we have all of these different tools that lets us add in all kinds of things automatically that are tied to the size of what our scaling is going to be for our map. So the first one that we'll want to add is this button right here that says Add Map. So I'm going to click on that, and it's going to give me a drag and drop kind of thing to make a box. And in it, it's going to represent my map to the best as it can based on what my canvas view was there and to the box that I drew for what kind of map I want showing up on this page. And you can go back and change the size of this and work with how big it is and what the framing looks like. But the next thing that you want to look at is this little tab over here that says item properties. And the menu on the item properties list here is going to change depending on what object I have selected on my print layout over here. So right now, I can say, I want to set the scale of my map particularly at 50,000. So I can type that in and set exactly what my scale is and adjust my zoom level back and forth that way. But if you frame it in your map working view, you can kind of see that scale approximately of where you're at. Then there's always the scale bar, like add that in. Of course, it's going to be tied to the actual data of the map. And so it's going to give you an automatic option. But if I go in here and say, hey, that's the scale bar that I've got selected, my item properties now, it's like, oh, scale bar units. I can change this. I can change the style of what my scale bar looks like. I can add double levels. So again, because I'm on the scale bar object, my item properties dialog is giving me a lot more information in that space.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. How did you get the scale bar?
It's this little, on the far left over here. It's this little object that looks like a little scale bar. So,
Oh, I see.
yeah, no worries. All of these little icons on the far left are ones that
Those are items that you can.
items that you can typically add to a map. So now I'm going to say, I want a legend. And I can draw a box kind of approximately where I would like my legend to be. And it's going to pull in everything that is on my map as a default, which is annoying because I don't have all of those things in my map. I don't want to show things in my legend that are not there, right? But it's very easy to come over onto item properties and say, that cities thing, those cities are not, they are not part of what I am actually seeing right now. So I'm going to say, I want to click only show items that are inside my linked map. And then I'm going to be able to have that reduced automatically. And then when I click on these things, I can manually, if I take off the auto update, I can manually remove and add some of the things that are on here with these plus and minus ticks down here at the bottom. So I can control what is being shown in my legend based on what I see, or by turning on these toggles about only show what kind of is on the map itself. So that counties list is really long, so I want to take it off. And it goes away. And so I can do different things like that.
So, okay, legend items, when you hit the minus, it also disappears from that list too. Right?
Yes.
So if for something you wanted to bring it back, you just sort of grab it from the.
If you
layer
click the
file?
plus, it comes up as a separate pop-up window like this.
Oh, I see, I see.
And it gives you options to the different layers that are on there. Yeah. Obviously, there's one that you can say, I just want to add a. Let's see, I'll cancel that. I want to add a title to my map, so there's one for adding a text box up here. And it comes with the default lorem ipsum on here. But I can say I want to add a title and go into the font configuration and do a lot more with the size of what that font is. So again, there's a lot of things here that are endless for how we construct this. And it's all based on picking the object that's on your layout and then working with the item properties to adjust things to be able to get to that right format. Now, what's cool is if I click save, and it's a layout, it does it as a layout template.
You hit save in, under layout?
I hit the save as template button up here, but you can just save straight. You can save it as a template. And do all sorts of things because we gave it that class demo, or we can save it as a template as well.
Oh, save as template.
Yeah, either one. But what happens with this is if I close this and I go back to my project, and then I say, you know what, this is just too busy. There's too much color in here. I want to remove the counties and just get down to that nice hillshade and maybe just kind of leave it at that and have that be the thing. If I go back to my layouts, you'll notice that I've got class demo as a layout that's been saved. And if I open it again, it's there, but it updates to what my data looks like on that map. I have removed that colorful county stuff. And so I can reproduce the exact same framing of a map over and over again with different data layers on that same spot, which is really useful for particular workflows and different, like I used to work at with conservation easements, and we needed to have like, what are the biological resources here? What are the road? What are the infrastructure? But they all needed to be separate maps, but you can use that same framing. So after all of that, then we have our export as image, export as an SVG, export as PDF. And then you can save your map after you've designed it in all the different ways that you would like.
If you export as PDF, is there options for it to be georeferenced? Ah, create geospatial PDF. There you go.
Yes.
Perfect. Nice.
So that is the print composer and how it works. And its advantages of being saved as a separate file or a template that you can then go back and change your data layers for. And with that, it's about lunchtime. So
It was here.
we're running like about 15 minutes over from the schedule, but. So we'll kind of explore both of those kinds of advanced visualizations in this module. All right, so the temporal controller is a fairly new thing. You won't find it in the 2 point whatever versions of QGIS, but it is something that operates on data that is a date field or a time field. So if you click on our layers and open up that properties menu of any of the things that you have, you'll see this as one of the main access points. So it's one of the upfront or things that you can do. So this was our symbology. This is where we were looking at the source code labels, all these different things, joins. You can easily do joins working with spreadsheet data in QGIS as well, which makes a lot of sense. There's a straight variables menu there for declaring your global project or layer variables as well. But the temporal controller is a new thing that we have. And we will see how happy my laptop is to open up the Denver project again. So go ahead and open up the Denver project that had all of the trees in it and the bicycle layer, because that's what we're going to work with. When we open up that data, the bicycle layer is something that is, again, it's another one of those subsets of data that I'm just going to open a new project. Will also work. Because it is so easy to add things. I can just do this. Ooh. So I'm going to leave the streets on because I think that's an interesting context to look at this, as well as the parks, maybe. So it's a little bit easier to see. Streets kind of a less garish color. All right. So here we have a project open with, this is again another subset, the same way that I got a subset of trees from the tree inventory for the Denver Open Data Portal. This is data that is from the Denver Police Department that they give, and it's called traffic accidents. And I put a definition query on it to just say if it involved a bicycle, so they have a column for traffic accidents that says bicycle, and then it's got a number of bikes. So some of them were 1, some of them were 2, like more bikes were running into each other. So this is a subset of that traffic accident data that is just from having bikes involved in it. again, right click on our data layer, bicycles, in this bicycle accidents. I'm gonna open this and understand what all my data is. And this is really important when we're thinking about the temporal controller, because it doesn't work unless you have something that is very much like a date and time field, like these are right here. So you need that kind of data to be able to use the temporal controller. So we've got string fields, right? We have ordinal fields, we have floating numbers. We also have a date field as part of the kinds of data that we can have in GIS. So in the traffic accident information, they have two different columns. One is first occurred, one is last occurred. I think has something to do with the way it covers the extent, and it's just because it's reported on the day, these are almost invariably the same. So it doesn't really matter which one that we're looking at. But one thing that we want to know, again, is what is the extent of this data? And so how do we do that? If I click on this, what happens?
Sorts it.
Yep, I'm not, yeah, sorts, yes. So I can see the latest data in here, so I can get my data range and understand that my first occurred to report dates, that this data set covers from mid-September 2018 to mid-September 2023. And so kind of knowing that it's just steps by years, also good to know. But it even being there gives us the opportunity to use the temporal controller to create an animation of what this might look like. Because right now, we've just got a blob of data of where bike traffic incidents happened across the city. But maybe there's some kind of time pattern to it. Spoiler, I didn't see one in this data set, except for maybe a flux of winter months to summer months. Like but it's always good to kind of check this out and see it and maybe be able to do our data visualization so we can more intrinsically understand what's going on instead of just looking at a spreadsheet of information. So I'm going to right click on my bicycles layer and go to properties. And then I'm going to pick this temporal option. Because I've got that date column, I can actually use this. So I'm going to do dynamic temporal control. I want to turn that on. And I am going to say that I can pick my start dates and things in here because I sort of know what it is in the data and it will pre-fill things out. So it can jump by month, but you can also manually enter this as well, which can be faster. Actually, that's how I did it before, but anyway. You can do fixed time range there, or you can say, I'm gonna do a single field with fixed date and time and pick what that field is. There are different ways of setting it up based on that information. So I know that first occurred is one of the things that I'm going to look at. And minutes is not the kind of time frame that I'm looking at in here. I want to do something more on the scale of months because I've got a whole 5 years of stuff that I'm going through. So thinking about what you want to set up. And so then you can click OK. And so it's got that information in the temporal controller, but you'll notice that in our main navigation toolbar up here, so we've got our main project ones for save and all this, and then we've got the other big toolbar is the pan, map, explore, zoom to full extent, and all of these. There is this little clock on that navigation toolbar. And when I click on it, it opens up this temporal controller window for us.
I'm sorry, can we, under layer properties, under event duration and
Pick months,
months,
yeah.
but no numbers of event duration?
We're gonna be able to manually enter them here in this space afterwards, so yeah.
Accumulate features over time, what is that?
So that is a great question, because that is going to change the way our thing looks. Well, we'll go ahead and turn that back on after we do our defaults and see how things look. Because it does change how we might want to construct this for sure. So I'm going to click on the navigation thing, and here's where I can type in those that manual data and say, I know that I'm going from 2018 September, like mid-September to (2023) mid-September as well. And again, I am highlighted on that bicycle space. And so it's going to be able to see that. And now it's going to go back to what I said before about the some of the presets, and it's not really doing much here because I still have it set on this part has hours. So if I have it on months and I say, okay, I'm going to play this, it's going to go through these frames of grabbing all the different months of what these bicycle accidents were happening. And so we can see it jump from this is that, and we're just seeing these frames of the data appear. And I'm gonna make my bicycles a little bit brighter because those are hard to see right now. You can click it on loop so that you're looking at this and it will just keep going round and round. And it's looking at our information and just saying, okay, this is where all of the bike accidents happened.
And then I suppose that if you can animate this, you could probably animate the label as well, saying displaying the month.
Yes. Yeah, all sorts of things that you can do and add on top of this. So if we go back to that front property space for the temporal controller and we click accumulate features over time, they all stay there. They just build through that whole process of the things. Instead of dropping them off of like saying, this is the shot of what I see this month, this is all of them piling up. Which, you know, maybe it's a little bit complicated when we get towards the end of this loop. We can't really tell what data came from what year anymore. And so maybe one of the things that we might want to do is go to our categorized piece, and instead of just having one color for all of them, we can pick our first occurred, but instead of having, because that's like 365 days in a year. And we don't want to categorize it based on a single date. We want to categorize it based on a year, but we don't have a year column. We just have a date column. But that's okay, because if we look in our overrides, and we can say, hey, I just want to pull the year out of a date. There is an option to do that because we've got this function that if you say syntax year of the date or whatever that column is, then it will just say, it'll pull the year out and make that be the value that it symbolizes it on. So I can go in here and just say, I want to put it in as pulling out the year. And then I can hit classify, and instead of getting tons and tons of different dates, then I've got that span of years that my bike accidents are happening over. And then instead of random colors, maybe I can have a nice color ramp that lets me know as that dot gets darker or whatever, it's a later year. And so that makes a little bit more sense.
Can you bring up the expression builder again?
Yeah.
Thank you. So you go year, oh,
So it really is just year of that field.
but you clicked on year, right? You didn't type it in.
Correct.
So date and time, year, oh, I see. So you click on that.
Yeah, you can search for a lot of different functions in that middle, and you can click on things, or you can just type them in if you've gotten familiar with how to use them.
And then to get first occurrence, date and time. Do I do the search again?
That one, I had pre-populated it because I cheated. I had already used that phrase. So you would probably just type in first occur.
Okay, so year,
Double quotes, first occur, like the name of that. But you can also look for different fields that you have.
it's OCC.
OCCU.
OCC.
Yeah.
Well,
So any kind of data that you have that has a date sort of field associated with it, you can turn into some kind of animation. So if you have a data set of airplanes flying around and they've got different points, like the same airplane at different points at different times, you can use that animation to draw its flight path and draw a little airplane flying across a thing and make a little movie of it if you want to. I don't know if you've ever seen the flow maps where people have things flying out and in of different countries and airplanes, like those kinds of things can be done with this temporal controller. As soon as you have that kind of information, you can apply it to the pieces that you have in your project. Now, the thing about actually exporting an animation, like this is great for a web map and being able to put it in there. But if you want to just have the GIF or the GIF, it's not a built-in thing into QGIS. That's one part where to actually turn this into an animation, what it's going to do is it's going to export different PNG files of every single frame that you have, that you set up in your loop. And then you will take all of those and put them into something like this lovely online, where is it? Make it drag and drop all of your frames into one thing and build a GIF on some kind of open source. So this is just easygif.com, and it's still looking at. But that's what you get out of QGIS with this particular tool, is a whole set of images that you would then compose into a movie or something that to build that animation. But it's quite interesting what you can do with that time frame.
I broke this, I don't know. My dots have disappeared. And it has something to do with the expression.
All your dots are gone.
So I'm going back into temporal, no, I'm not temporal, I'm symbolic.
Yeah.
The expression. You know, I don't know what to do.
And it should be the one on value. Make sure you're trying to do under categorized.
I had to click classify for it to pop those in there after. the
Yes,
expression.
that's always the thing. It's like, if they're gone, you've given it a new symbology declaration, but it hasn't, you've written all those things in, but it hasn't operated on it yet until you hit classify.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Oh,
Then how do you keep the points staying like where it's compounding over the years?
that's letting the data accumulate. So if I go back to the main temporal controller menu at the beginning of properties.
Yeah.
It's toggling on this box right here where it says
Oh, right.
accumulate features over time.
Okay.
And that's what changes it from keeping all of the things to just looking at the data in those particular timeframes that you've built up.
Yeah. Okay, and then that's when the gradient kind of helps it.
Yeah, and so these are all choices that we make when we're visualizing our data, like, do I need a color gradient? No, if I'm doing it the other way where it's just the same thing coming up. But here, maybe it makes some sense to have that so that we can see a little bit of the change. But again, that's kind of, to me, what emphasized that there wasn't really a huge pattern in over the years of a change of like where things were happening, because it's
Right,
all still pretty
location.
scattered.
Sure. Yeah, you're trying to do that sort of analysis.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's interesting to just think about, how do we use data visualization to get the thing that we've discovered, or to try to discover things? How can we use the information that is in our table to pull out things and see where stuff is sitting? One thing I wanted to do, you can go to, when I was just playing with this, you can go to the Denver Open Data Catalog and pull in the bicycle facilities. And it would be interesting to do kind of like a buffered layer on all of the bike lanes or the actual bike traffic infrastructure, and do an intersection and see how many of these happened in bike lanes versus a place where there wasn't. And they were just riding around on an open street without any kind of thing at all, and get some interesting statistics about information that way too. And then, if you're working in the public sector, how does that inform where you need to build bike lanes or which bike lanes are working or not, right? Because maybe there's a lot of these I did kind of look, they do happen where bike lanes are because that's where the bikes are. But then you can look and see, is it really a separated sort of thing with a curb, or is it just like somebody put some paint on the ground and actually get some numbers about how well these kind of things work, and then bring that back to you know, the people that make those decisions about building bike infrastructure. All right, so that is the temporal controller. Anybody have any questions about that fun thing?
Yeah, I really like it. I think the one hard part I have is like where to find always like this public data. You know, I think that's always like the challenge. Say, okay, where is the data and how and who's recording it, you know, sort of thing.
It's, yeah, that is a definite, this Denver is really good with this particular catalog. So one of the tricks that I like to do to find data is just Google a city name and GIS data. And maybe portal, and then whether they've got an ArcGIS hub built, which seems to be what people are trending to, which is, it's fine if their administrators know that they need to toggle on, make everything public, so it actually is public data, because if they don't do that, then it's not, and you have to have a license to access it, which kills the idea of public data. So this is great.
Right.
But there are different ways to kind of like do browser searches to find data sets. The other thing I like doing is think about who cares about this data, because they're probably the ones that have like gone through the effort to record it. So I had a student one time who was doing a project on elder community going grocery shopping and how many of them might feel comfortable walking, and she wanted a data layer of park benches. And there wasn't one at the time that was grabbable from the internet. So we just called up the parks department and said, hey, do you have this? And they're like, yeah, of course we do, because it's part of our inventory. And it's like, well, somebody wants that. Is that cool? Can you send it over? And they did.
Wow.
But because it's not like it's a secret. It's
Right.
just, they're like, why would anybody care? And it turns out
Someone did, yeah.
there's a lot of really interesting applications for open data.
Is there a way to aggregate, using this temporal tool, like aggregate these points based on a certain attribute to make it kind of look like more like a heat map kind of thing, to make it, I can kind of like look at it and see like where maybe some of the hotspots are of these collisions and accidents, just by kind of looking, but
There is
if
a,
there's more life, can you do that?
yeah, there is a heat map symbolization. Like it just directly takes a point layer and creates a heat map. And so you could do a heat map of each of the points for different time zones and turn that into an animation by creating exported graphics from that. But there is a default. The term heat map is weird because the originally, like what in geospatial realms, what people call a heat map, like the Strava heat map, that's different. That, yeah, okay, you know.
Yeah.
But there-
It's gotten overused.
Yeah, but there are built-in symbology ways of doing that for fun layers, yeah. All right. So now we are going to play with some 3D viewing things. And that is in, where's that? Still here. So this is our temporal controller. there are different ways of getting this going. We did that manual entering after knowing what our data range was. And here's that link to that GIF later, if you want to play with that. All right, so we are going to go to this project for Mount Rainier QGIS project. It's already built. So if you go to your downloaded things, in the Mount Rainier data, you will see a QGZ file.
We got that as well.
Oh, I know why I did that. There was, we don't need to worry about it right now. I'm just gonna remove that because there was something wrong with the conversion that happened in that, and so we'll mess around with that with the Python thing, but all we really need right now are these two different renderings of this Mount Rainier DEM. So this is a very nice looking edition of the DEM with an elevation scale ramp added on top of it with a hillshade, classic cartography tricks of transparent DEM draped on top of our hillshade. I'm going to go ahead and close this temporal controller window so that we can see more things here. And what we want to do is look at this in 3D. QGIS has it built in. If you go up to view, there is an option that says 3D map views. And then you can just pick new 3D map view. And then you'll get a window that pops up like this. And you can dock it or move it to the middle and make it bigger. And what's going to happen is that you've got this manual controller here. You can also use the arrow keys on your keyboard with the shift. So I can use these to do tilting things, or I can also use the arrow keys to move things up and down. But oh wait a minute, that's not what we want. That's a pretty flat 3D Mount Rainier, right? So what we've done is we've pulled our layers into this viewing thing, but we haven't told it what the Z dimension is. It needs to know that to be able to change it to something that we can see. And this also needs to be a projected coordinate system for this to work because of that Z dimension piece. So I'm gonna go to this little thing over here that looks like a little wrench. If you hover over it, it says options. And if you click on that, then it's going to let me select configure. And this is where we're going to tell it what that Z dimension actually is for turning it into a 3D piece. So there's a whole bunch of different controls, including like having sunlight. You can pretend different times of day. You can build This isn't as good as Blender, which is ridiculous because that how many people in here have heard of Blender or used it? It is a software that was originally built for creating animations for movies, like think Monsters Inc. kind of stuff. But people are pulling in geospatial things and making amazing maps in there as well. But this is kind of like QGIS's answer to that, is having lights and shadows and camera, different kinds of things that we can do. But really what we just want to focus on here is saying, okay, we've got a DEM file. You can also have mesh files, different kinds of information. And oh, here's one of those warnings that's bright red that's not going to let me go further unless I do something more. And it's saying, okay, it's a digital elevation model, great, thanks. But what actually is the elevation layer? And so you have to specify, yes, I know, I want it to be the Mount Rainier DEM. And then it's happy. So I'm going to click OK and boink. I have a mountain. You can do things like exaggerating your vertical scale and changing different kind of aspects to it.
You'll click on the window and you get a really robust orbit.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
spinny bitty, yeah. So there are different ways. We've got our little light primary axes that's letting us know where we are. If you click on this little magnifying glass with the 3 arrows, it always brings you back home. But there's different controllers. And another thing that you can do here, and this is that piece that I was saying is pretty similar to getting the still frames of where the animations were for the temporal controller. If we want to create a movie out of a 3D scene here, we can pick this animations piece and open up this keyframe dialog down here at the bottom. And so we can navigate our mountain around and say, like if we want to do that, as you said, like robust spin, we can say, I want to start with a keyframe here and add that, give it a name. And how much time we want to spend there. I'll just do something like that. And then move it along with that. What was that? Sounds like there's a bunch of trucks like that way. Okay. Yeah, it's probably, I'm sure it's. Sure. And then just add, another keyframe. Do these things and have those things build up and do an interpolation between the different ones to kind of build what that movie is going to end up being like, and then export an animation of our 3D view. If that is something you're working in some space where your client or whatever project it is you're working on really needs to see something in 3D and 2D maps are not cutting it, this is useful.
Now,
If you don't need 3D, don't use this. Like, stick with 2D simple information. Don't do it just because you can, but play with it.
okay, so timeline, right? Once you've set a keyframe, how do you go in and edit it? Or are you unable to do that? The keyframes are not editable after you create them. Because I click the plus button to add a keyframe, but I don't see anything in the timeline indicating that there's an actual keyframe there.
It's on these drop downs. It lets you know where it is at different seconds on it. And this little key right here lets you go back and edit them when you're in that spot, when you drop between the different ones.
Okay.
But yes, that is just another fun way of visualizing data. All right. So the next thing that I want to go to is the plugins on module 4. And we're going to talk about plugins a little bit more in depth and do a dive into some OpenStreetMap stuff, if you can bear with me for that. So plugins. This is where the extensible, customizable piece of QGIS really shines. I did another workshop that was more focused on geology. That's my background is environmental science. And so like there's like a weird plugin you will probably never use called Midvatten, which really just has to do with geological stuff. But there's like a custom plugin out there for you, depending on what your interests are. So they are add-ons that introduce new features or functions to QGIS. The temporal controller, the 3D viewer, they started as external plugins that people added and then became so popular that they became integrated into the core software. So that's kind of how QGIS gets built. There are core ones now. We've played with some of those, but then there are external ones that people can try out. And the thing that's kind of great is that when you go to the website and you say, hey, I want to, oh, that's the, if you want to go to the plugins page just on the website, you can do it without being in your software. You can see all of the ones that are listed here and the descriptions of them and see kind of what people think about them. Quick minute, service. And you'll get to see things like, hey, this is a 4-star with over 1,000 votes on it. Details about who the maintainer is, which is kind of really important. If you find a plugin that you're really dependent on or want to like talk to them, or you can go to their code repository and help and support it. There's all sorts of different kinds of information here. So if we go to, get my head in where we're working. Oh, we're going back to a Denver project for this one because I want to do some things with OSM on the Denver project. So I'm going to close this or go back to open the Denver ones without paying attention to this one much. So, oh, great. My computer is grumpy today. Fine. So the plugins, we've already talked about the quick map services, and we've already gone through the first step of this module that has to do with bringing in that external pack. So we've got that one that we've pulled in. We've already got this possibility of having different kinds of base maps in here. So if I go to, say OSM and pull in the OSM standard, and that's the OpenStreetMap, then I've got this layer of information that, this isn't beautiful rendering, but it's nice to be able to just see where we're at sometimes when you're working with data and you want to have a base map to understand where it is on the world that you're working with that data. But I wanted to talk about the OpenStreetMap data in particular, because we are going to pull in another plugin that uses it called Quick OSM. So here at the beginning of this module is that general piece about how to use plugins. Go to our plugins menu, manage install plugins, and then you can see not only on that website, but within the software, you can see the different plugins that are available. So again, I need to be connected to the web when this is happening. And now I'm going to search for Quick OSM instead of Quick Map Services, because we've already got that one in. So if I click on this,
What was the base map you chose again, I'm sorry?
OSM standard. Yeah. And I'm gonna do a little sidetrack and talk about OpenStreetMap a little bit here. But I just wanted to point out that when you see these plugins, seeing how many downloads are done of each one is kind of a good feedback of how useful that plugin might be. Again, if you're a geologist and you want to get mid-Vatten, of course, it's going to have fewer than this because it's got more of a niche application. But there are different ways of understanding the reviews, like how many downloads, what is the star rating of that plugin. And the other thing that I want to point out is if you go to the all list, and I need to clear, you'll see that there are a lot that have these little green markings by them, which kind of say, yeah, QGIS is happily approves this one. But then there are some that are a little, like that was like a database manager one. I'm surprised I'm not seeing, there are some that they have in the past. You'll see some that there was processing toolbox. There's some that have like different symbols here to describe, like, is this an extra function and how trusted is it, or what is it involved with? Sometimes they'll have experimental ones up here, but these look right now like they've limited the offerings more to ones that they've trusted a little bit more. So there's different ways of being able to understand what the plugins are good for. But a lot of it is go on to GIS Stack Exchange and talk to people that use QGIS and be like, hey, what plugin could I use to do this? Or has anybody thought of something? And then you'll be able to dig into these a little bit more. So I just put this base map of, it's not a nice map cartographically. What it is a database. It is not a cartographic base map. But what OpenStreetMap is is a geospatial database of the world created by volunteer contributors. And because of that, it has some amazing information in it that you cannot find in other places. So that piece about, yeah, I want to like do a browser search to find such and such city park benches or whatever. I went here before I called the parking service just to like see if somebody had mapped out the park benches in the neighborhood that this student wanted to find out, like to do their study. And they were there. So the thing about OpenStreetMap data is you need to kind of put your thinking hat on about how well mapped might a particular object be in a certain region. Does it have an active mapping community? Am I looking for a really weird, obscure data set that is like maybe prayer stations in Mozambique or something? That is something that Google's not going to care about on their map because it doesn't make money, but it's really important to that community. They might put them out there, right? So a long time ago, I showed a map. It was kind of interesting of like, what does, I found this little village area in Ecuador that was pretty well mapped by the local community about where their schools were, where the church was and everything, kind of what their facilities were. And looked at the data in Google Maps and all they had was like a main trunk road and like a gas station. And their whole village was almost missing. But in OSM, it was there because there were people on the ground that cared about adding that map to the data or that data to the map. So that's kind of what OpenStreetMap is. And it is exceedingly well mapped in Europe because it was a project that started in England. And then for some reason, people in Germany in this area really took off on it and they just like map everything. And so if you need to find, you know, like a building data layer or something for Brussels or whatever, before Microsoft came out with their massive buildings data set, this was a really good place to go to be able to extract that. There is a tool that is called Overpass Turbo. And I want to show this to you because this is what is in the Quick OSM plugin. On some level, there is a thing called Overpass API. And this little website uses that API to say, hey, okay, here's Rome. They have an example little query here of like what's called a key value pair of amenity equals drinking water. So understanding OSM data is kind of needing to understand how the data structure is. But if I run this query, it's going to give me a point file of where all the drinking fountains are in Rome, because those have been well mapped there. And I can export that into a GeoJSON right out of Overpass Turbo. The thing is, it's limited to doing a search unless you write more complicated queries on what you see in that canvas frame. Quick OSM lets you pick a layer or canvas extent or other things to be able to do the same kind of thing. So in the module that I've put up for you, there are some links here that help you understand what OpenStreetMap is. This is the main page of openstreetmap.org. This is the map. This is what I was showing you a second ago with the whole continents. But if you become a member, and anyone can do this, and you can add your own data, this is where you can go in and edit and add geospatial data yourself. Like if you want to map fire hydrants in your neighborhood because they're not in there yet, you can go do that. OpenStreetMap U.S. is a chapter of the OpenStreetMap Foundation. And we just have like a lot of projects and things going on. But then these two right here helps you figure out what the basic data structure is and what the key value pair or the tagging schema is like. And this is what you need to know, kinda, to be able to pull out the data that you want in Quick OSM.
Because you can't pull it from like the map, right?
You can,
Yeah.
it just can get, well, Overpass Turbo is what is going to let you pull things out from the map with that query where you're like, I just want this small little chunk of it. If you go directly to OpenStreetMap, the world here, there is an export thing here, but it exports everything.
Yeah, I can't search like national geographic.
Not really.
Right, that, right.
Yeah, so this is why they're like, they point you to Overpass API, or you can, like the entire like this thing is like over a terabyte. You can grab the entire world at once. So, and GeoFabric does, it sectors, chunks it down in case you want timestamps of the whole world. But if you want to query things, then you need to either use Overpass Turbo or Quick OSM in QGIS to be able to pull out the subset of data that you want.
Wasn't there something called like OSM Max or something like that?
Yes, there's also a Python library that you can use to pull this out too. Yeah, there's a number of different approaches for doing it. So the descriptions of what OSM data is like is really important because it's not points, lines, and polygons. It is just nodes and ways. And so you can think of the nodes as points, but the ways can either be a closed way or a straight way. And those things end up being your lines and polygons. But Quick OSM will convert it to points, lines, and polygons for you. How people do the mapping, if they decide like, oh, here's my high school, I'm just gonna drop a dot, one node, and label it as like Rawlingsville High School. And then you get a dot back, but if they draw the outline of the building, then you'll get a way back or that polygon of that building. So that's something to be cognizant of as well. So that's the physical structure of data in OSM. The other link that I've provided in our little tool is this thing called Map Features. And it gives you kind of an overview of, okay, if I want to think about roads or paths, how do I find what a bike path is? Or there are things actually called cycleways. The thing to remember about all of this is that it started in Britain. And so the words are British. And so we are going to pull golf courses out of our Denver area. The key value pair for recreation in Britain is leisure. Leisure equals golf course. That's going to be our key value pair that we're doing in this thing. And so when you find, you can go into the wiki and you can just say wiki OSM, I want to know what a golf course is. And you can find a page like, this community is ridiculous in how much they love documenting things. And so you can find pictures, examples of what they mean. And there's like discussions about it. But that's kind of how you figure out a little bit more about what are the words that I need to pull this information out. All right, so let's go back to our QGIS space here. And I've got a quick OSM plugin. And it is under my vector data menu. That's where it landed. Because it is going to be pulling vector data for us. So that's kind of the mental thinking about where that happened, why it's there. So I'm going to open Quick OSM because I've installed that plugin. And the person who developed this plugin has given us a lot of options, which is kind of nice. Like if I know how to build an overpass query really well, I can just put it in. If I have overpass queries that I've used, I can type them in and do that. But I've not done this before. I just want to figure out what things are. Like maybe I'm looking for buildings and I can start typing in building and it's going to give me this option of buildings. And then maybe I can start, oh, building equals house. That's a key value pair that I might be able to search for. So here's where the British comes in. Leisure, why would that be a key? Because British English. And I can say golf course and it fills in already. So the nice thing about this plugin is that it already has, it's pointing to this database of what the key value tags are in OSM. And so it can help you get this query very quickly. Now, there are different options about what kind of search that I want to do to pull. So like I said, when we were looking at the drinking fountains, we were just pulling it from that, the map view. Here, we can say around, canvas extent, layer extent. Ooh, we can say I've got a polygon of an area of interest that I want to use. And I'm going to say, yes, I want my layer extent. And I'm going to pick my Denver area of interest box to be my, the bounding box of whatever layer that you have will work. But if you've already got a very specific space that you're pulling it from, you can say that. So under, where is it? There it is. Under the advanced tab down here, there are some ways to say, I don't actually want any information that comes back that where somebody just dropped a point. Like I'm maybe from my golf courses, I really just want to have the ways returned. Doing the defaults first just to see what is in the OSM data and see what comes back is not a bad idea depending on how big your search is, but that helps you understand what mappers have done and kind of what some of the data looks like. But because I know that I just want ways, I'm going to take that node return off. And now I'm going to run my query. And now it says it was successful. 2 layers have been loaded. Oh, because I didn't undo the points thing. I wanted to undo the points too. So now, if I turn these other things off and I just look at the golf courses that I got back, and I'm going to turn on my Denver area of interest so that I can visually see what my search area looked like. Those are the 4 golf courses that are in my Denver area. And so now I have this polygon temporary layer. So again, It's a temporary scratch layer. If I like the way it has returned and I want to keep this, I can make that permanent or export that and keep it as a data file. So this is a really nice access point to an amazing database that might have some interesting information, but it is volunteer contributed. So if you are looking for, I don't know, like different, like a set of restaurants in some rural space in Wyoming where there isn't, depending on what the mappers in that space end up mapping, there could be some things missing in the data. Or if you go to a rural town and you do the same drinking fountain search like it was done in Rome, you're not likely to find drinking fountains mapped in rural Midwest US, because that is not where there's like an intense mapping community. But if you're looking for hospitals, that could probably work really well because that's an important feature that people will map sooner than later. The other thing is that some things are mapped from satellite imagery, so people can add from that, it doesn't have to be a local person that does it. So data that you can see from space might be more solid. But QGIS gives us this plugin option of grabbing it and being able to do things very quickly, just quite cool. Any questions about this plugin or OSM in general?
What applications have you seen it be used for? What are kind of interesting projects that you've seen or done?
When you say it, do you mean the actual plugin or OSM data?
Just like the application of OSM data. That maybe a little more.
Yeah, so almost anything.
Okay, yeah.
If you pull out your
I
smartphone
can see who's supposed to.
and you open up AllTrails, that is OSM data.
Okay, yeah, these all fails, yeah.
That is in here.
Okay.
It is based off of this. If you're driving a Tesla around and you are, like, we get emails all the time of like, hey, the speed limit near this place, like my Tesla just slowed down to 25 miles per hour and I know the speed limit's 40, change it in the data so my stupid car doesn't go, like, it's partly in here. There's like, some of those car navigation things are a combination of like TomTom data and OSM, and so it's not all just us, but 90% of a lot of the data structures that you see in a lot of the apps that are geospatial based are all OSM. So, and then there's the research piece of like the park benches, like finding different things. I think one of the coolest things that I saw, it was about 1.5 years ago. Bye, Kat, thanks for the muffins.
Thank you. I will be back in about an hour.
Okay,
Please
okay.
continue, but.
One of the coolest applications that I saw is Nicholas and Drew, these two students that were at UC Denver, were both from California, and there was an area that their home communities were affected by wildfire, and so they built they're math students actually, and they didn't know anything about geospatial, but that they're one of the students that I was like, here's this QGIS thing. And they did a modeling using OSM streets and OSM daylight data of like traffic to build a model of how fast a city could actually evacuate based on the street structure and the topography of where they were. So they built this thing that's like, okay, incident commander, you need to tell people to get out now because it will take people 1.5 hours to get out of this area if you tell them to go. And they built it on OSM data.
Okay, one of my classmates back when the hurricanes hit Puerto Rico really badly. He went down there and he's had his GPS and I guess maybe a smartphone and start updating OSM with what was on the ground, what was changing and what had happened. And also see what was used to be there.
So one of the biggest things that OSM is involved with in that space, there is a organization called the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team. And they directly respond to incidents like that when first responders don't have enough geospatial data on the ground, like maybe it's a place where there hadn't been good mapping, like floods in Nigeria, different kind of places like that. And if you go and look at let's see, no, I want there's a lot of different tasking managers. Peter, this is the one that I'm involved with right now for the Trail Stewardship Initiative.
Cool.
It's trail attributes, but let's see. OSM tasking manager, this one. This is, if you want to get involved, this is the easiest way to actually start contributing data, is sign up for an OSM account. And then these are like just people are actively mapping buildings in Morocco right now to kind of help with response for the earthquakes and things that happen there. So there's this whole community that is contributing to that data to be able to help people. That the fire that was up by Fort Collins a couple of years ago,
What's up there, yeah?
one of the main volunteer firefighters is actually now one of the directors at Hot OSM, and he's also this like back end amazing wizard with IT infrastructure. And he pulled together one of these tasks and he's like, we don't have any of the cabins and all the stuff evacuated, or like the fire roads of where we can go drive fire trucks to help fight this fire. And so he just like went back end and built this thing and he's like, okay, and started sending everybody the maps. And that was like from the volunteer firefighters and everyone was like, whoa, okay, thank you, good. This is great. So yeah, I mean, OSM data is pretty good stuff. And from the art piece, Mark, I promised you a hint about this. GIS day once, we had a vinyl sticker cutter and we were having people go and pull their own information that they wanted to out of OSM. And I pulled my hometown neighborhood streets because they're like all weird and twisty. It's not a grid. And I made a vector sticker of those streets and slapped it onto my water bottle that I don't have here. But yeah, it was just like making cool art out of OSM data, like turning it into vector stickers. Because you can pull out those shapes. And like people write
So
little,
I mean,
yeah.
like all right, I'm doing a project and I need road files, like OSM is the place to get them, right?
Well, it is called OpenStreetMap, and that like the streets
But
are its
but, like,
best.
Cause like, I remember
Yeah.
when I was in school, you know, I'm looking for street data and I'll go to Colorado or whatever, data. Just to find street stuff. And, you know, now I have it in my personal data archive. But
Right.
for other cities, it's sort of like, this looks like probably the easiest,
Yes.
quickest way to get that data.
Yes.
Go to Census Bureau, go to their Tiger, also go to Census Bureau, and pull their Tiger data.
Right.
Yes, and yeah, the Tiger data is not as good as OSM data. In fact, the biggest complaining thing in the OSM community is how much the Tiger data messed up our database. Because somebody did a massive import and okay, here's a good story from this year. We are so off topic, but like this is fun, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There was a person who went looking for a trail that was marked in Alaska. And it was from the Tiger import. And it was in the database. And it turned out the trail did not exist. The old, it was like some old logging road that got grown over. They almost died because Alaska, and this was like 4 days in, they ran out of food, whatever, and like, it was so funny on the Slack channels coming back onto trails, this person just very chalantly was like, hey, I don't think this exists anymore. And then somebody was like, why? And he kind of explained, and we were like, oh my God. But in one of the keys in the metadata, it said tiger import. And it was, yeah, it was that. But yeah, OpenStreetMap's actually better than Tiger in this
Probably a whole
case.
job then.
There are certain data sets that OpenStreetMap is actually better for than others. We're actually talking with the US government right now about how do we merge things so that we can actually get our better, like we have better geometry for a lot of stuff and have that mesh into their national data sets.
Yeah, that's my next question kind of, because I have like trail data sets from the BLM, the Forest Service, the Park Service. I run topology on them and just like literally tens of thousands of errors. You know, like trails, there's like just sections missing in the trails, the roads. I gotta use what I have, but
Yeah,
would OpenStreetMap like be a better?
depends on where we're working on it. That's what that initiative is
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
So, yeah.
Another thing I used OSM for, I was working at one point, in Zambia, and another project in Chile had no data from the local governments, or if it did in Chile, it was all in Spanish. So I went to OSM and found a lot of data I needed.
There's a great app called maptime, ! That you can just add information to OSM while you're walking around. Like if you see that drinking fountain and you're like, oh, just use the location on your phone and go, oop. And if it's not perfect, somebody will make it better later. Like it's like Wikipedia, it just works with multiple people helping out. All right. Plugins. That was that one. Oh my gosh. Okay, so now to another plugin. Is it really warm in here? Or is it no?
It's getting warmer.
Oh, cooler in the morning. It goes up and down, it gets really hot, it kind of cools up and gets really hot, so.
Yeah, okay. Like, is it just me? Okay, so another popular plugin, and this is one that just does a lot of vector functions, is QGIS. And this is one that helps us access some geocoding, which is what this little exercise is about. And so if we are still in our Denver projects, what we're going to do is reverse geocode our willow trees and see what addresses, because there aren't that many reaping willow trees that want to just use a very small data set to try this out, but it's something that is important to know about, that these kind of things can happen. So I'm going to turn on our trees layer. And right now, if I look at it, I've already got a particular query based on it that I would like you to add onto your select tree list in order to do this reverse geocoding. So it is in the modules to copy and paste. But basically what we're doing is we're looking for species of weeping willow only. So we're limiting it to that. And in addition to that, we're going to say the location, not parks. Because we could try and run a geocoder on a park, but those are bigger things without real addresses. And if we think about how a geocoder works, it looks at a street structure and then looks at where the numbers of certain buildings or houses might lie along that, depending on how solid that information is. And then it gives us the addresses based on the closest point of how those numbers get distributed on that structure. So trying to geocode something that's in the middle of field of farm doesn't make a lot of sense. But if we add this piece on here, then we can get our willow trees down to just the ones that are not in a park, but in our Denver AOI. So we're looking at just these willow trees right now. And I'm gonna take the golf courses down. So to go to the geocoder, after you go and install QGIS, so again, we go to plugins, manage install plugins, look for your QGIS. While you're here, there's another one that you might want to install, which is the next one we're going to look at, which is QGIS to web. So those are two other plugins that you may or may not want to use. But QGIS does so many things, it gets its own spot on the main menu. And so what we're going to use this one for, is reverse geocoding our definition query to get our weeping willow trees that are just on residential properties. Geocode and then reverse geocode.
Sorry, could you show me how to select the location for? Oh, so you just copied that.
Yeah. So the query for our willow trees is we've got species equals weeping willow and location of that tree like non-park. The percentage signs are wildcards that just say we don't care what's on either side of non-park. The only reason why I did that is because in the data, like it's like 0_ non-park and then some say 0 space non-park, whatever. Non-park is the key that I'm looking for. So that's kind of a neat way to filter out data to deal with data that's not entered pretty well, is use wildcards and then grab the thing that you really want. But it's always good to check what's in your data to see that.
Where do you build that query again?
So if you go right click on the select trees layer and then go to source, that's where the query builder lives. Yeah.
For some reason, I'm able to copy, well, I think I'm able to copy it, but I'm not able to paste it.
Go ahead and click on query builder itself and then open up that place
Oh, okay.
and then paste it there and then click OK. Yeah.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yep.
Oh, there's a little, okay, a little extra button. Okay. I see, I got it. You gotta hit this. I did that, and then paste this right there.
So when the reverse geocode and geocoding is something that generally you've got a whole bunch of addresses and you want to turn it into dots, right? And turn that into a point file. So that is something that this plugin can do. We're going to reverse geocode, so we're going to pull addresses for the weeping willows, just to be like, okay, what addresses have weeping willow trees, and are you taking care of whatever for whatever reason. But if you go down to that menu, there's a lot of like, here's the main geocoding menu. Now, there are different web services. If you use the Google, you have to have a Google API key to add in. So, oh look, it's OpenStreetMap again. So switch that to OpenStreetMap to use the nominatum thing. And this, again, this isn't, it can't take heavy traffic. It's nice, like if you want to get a couple of addresses, or if you're doing a big project where you need to make massive numbers of full address points from, don't use this because it will crash again. It's like volunteer space. But for a little project like this, you can do that. And what this is going to do, if you'll notice, it's actually making a whole new shapefile for us again. And so it's asking what that shapefile name should be and where it should go. So I've already done that in this project, but go ahead and hit run. And in here, like if I just open my table of the plane trees, I get over to the end of it where I've got the longitude and latitude of where the tree location is, not a whole lot of things. But the result from my geocoded trees it pulls in all of this stuff from OpenStreetMap data over here, including this address column. So everything past this notable is information that got pulled back from the reverse geocoding of those weeping willows.
So, because we're all doing it at the same time, is that why it's?
It might be, I mean, we are putting a big call on it. When you first click on it, it looks like it's not doing anything, and then it'll ramp up and it will do it. Like it's not a powerhouse geocoder, it's a geocoder, but it works.
So select Denver, select trees, Denver Airlines, OpenStreetMap, no key, use only first result.
Yeah, I left that default.
And then save it, apply, and then you just hit ready or apply or hit both.
Hit apply. And then it won't look like it's doing anything, and then it will start doing the feature 0 of 14 countdown, and then the progress bar will go.
I got, well, it says the reverse geocode is not responding. That's it. Everybody got that?
I was trying not to run mine, but it does work. Try it some other time. Go back and look and see, but that is one of the things that this particular plugin can do.
We crashed.
It's good that these are inconsequential little projects that we're working on.
So how big of a database have you used to reverse geocode, or do you not know?
This is kind of more of an ethics thing than an actual how big can you stress it before it goes. Because again, it is that volunteer like supported nominatum geocoder servers, but it is something that, you know, kind of like doing 50 or something is probably fine. I'm not sure, maybe because I wouldn't expect our little room to be stressing it out. But again, this is something else that is also supported by volunteers. So sometimes there might be some situation where somebody else is using it quite a bit right now. And the call on it is enough that it's blocked our little function. Because sometimes people aren't good with the ethics thing.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so query is street maps.
So the last plugin that I wanted to play with everyone is this QGIS to web, which is partly supported by Niall Dawson, another really nice gentleman named Todd Chandwin in the UK has helped build this too. And this is kind of great because if you're familiar with building things in QGIS and you like this, but you want to have an interactive web map, then you can play in your desktop and then you can use QGIS to web to, as best as its layer compatibilities will work, create a web map out of the data that you're working with. So I recommend, the other thing to point out here is that unlike the print composer, which will just take the layers that you have visibly turned on into your map, QGIS to web will take all of the layers in your project and try to make that into an interactive web map. So I recommend opening a new project that has very little in it. And dropping in just the few layers that I have mentioned on the thing. So like just the Denver AOI, the parks and streets maybe, or just like 2 or 3 vector layers, whichever ones that you find interesting. I kind of like the streets that they just have kind of a neat visibility. I don't know. So I'm just going to do parks and streets online. Now this plugin, because it's QGIS to web, is living under the web menu. It's kind of where it landed. And it's got a very simple interface. It just says, okay, now that you have this thing that you've styled to a certain level that you like, and here's kind of the interesting thing about this though, is that looking at the attributes behind this is important because we can create automatic pop-ups of what these things are in our web map. So if you want to have just something that you're designing particularly for a web map, you want to limit your fields to things that maybe you would bring into a pop-up. So I'm going to go to QGIS to web and open the create web map. And this dialog box opens. And you'll notice that it has a kind of a blank spot right here, but that's our preview window to see kind of how well things are working. And then there are 2 open source ways of building web maps that this particular plugin integrates with, and it's either open layers or leaflet. And so you can pick one, and one may or may not be better depending on the kind of data layers that you have. And so, maybe pick one or the other. You can disable the pop-ups so they don't have to be there. You can see all of the different attributes that, like, the streets have a whole lot of information on them. The parks, not as much, but they have a fair amount too, but I'm just gonna leave my the defaults there. And there's my preview. I can see both of the layers that I have. That looks okay to me, so I'm gonna hit export, and now it's gonna do that bigger crunching of creating a web map. And there it is. I have a HTML file of that map with that kind of styling that I created in QGIS. And if I click on the objects in there, those pop-ups are the attributes of that particular feature.
Wow, that's crazy easy.
A lot of work went into creating that plugin. If you can imagine building all of the things that take the design styles that we make in QGIS and shoving that into Leaflet or OpenLayers, whichever one that you picked. But this,
How would you describe the difference between, is it just two different companies?
yeah. Different people developing different ways of doing, building web maps.
Do they look different if you switch the? I want to see if it looks different. Switch it to Leaflet.
It's usually, I find it's more of a fail or not. It's not that it looks different, it's more that a layer will work or not in one of the two. But that's a pretty neat kind of structure. And that's an example of
So,
a plugin that people have built.
oh, okay, so it's funny because I guess my project projection isn't maybe correct, but the leaflet versus the open layers is the projections.
They have different projections. Yeah, and that's probably something about the way that those are built. All right, cool. Should we keep going on to Python directly right now? It's the last thing I've got before just some like extra slideshow babblings and further learning resources. Good,
That's good.
break things, okay,
Break maybe.
yeah, yeah. Okay,
Take another nap.
quick break.
You follow John Krasinski?
No.
He's like an Esri evangelist. He's gonna be the keynote speaker at Elevations. In, what is it, May? Do we have it?
Elevations? Yeah, man.
Okay. He's a good guy to follow because he's an educator and he just had, I think it's, well, in December he started, but yeah, I think he does it every year. He has an online
These
class
OpenStreetMap stuff.
where he shows
You're
you
trying to decide with like this project I'm working on, work like
data available.
I have like those federal
that's great.
trail data and stuff,
like
and the Onyx data.
Yeah,
like,
like different projects, different.
Does it make sense for me to still like go into like the wiki,
No, it's really hard.
OpenStreetMap,
It's tough to find.
try to fill in some gaps with that, or do you think, I mean, without knowing the project at all?
I mean, it's all public data, it's just how hard is it to get there?
Like,
download.
kind of rhetorically, but like, am I
Doing the right thing or
These
knowing
data
the
sets.
person knowing.
But he's a great dude to follow. Are you on the?
Is this
the GIS photo?
national coverage? Where's your
Well, no, actually not national, it's like 12 like kind of western states.
Western states, okay.
Take your.
Yeah, I mean, like.
But it's
then-
beyond
then,
Colorado, so
People
no
post
tracks,
jobs
it's
and
not
people post
an
questions
issue.
on it.
Oh, sure.
Right, I'm gonna do this, so
Yeah,
I'm
that-
requiring
just
this.
go.
Right.
But, John.
Yeah,
posts
it's so,
Every week, like,
um,
I'm running the seminar.
the
I'm running the class,
USGS
I'm running
is
the
on a
seminar.
project of
I'll
trying to.
download this
build
PDF,
national
and
trails
he's an
out here.
educator,
And so
so.
people are actively trying to
And he's
solve
like-
your problem
Yeah.
right now,
That's
but
right,
you're in the
evangelist.
middle of still being in that
So
problem.
he's always got some sort of.
The issue in
And if you,
OpenStreetMap
if you
data.
follow him on like on
working on
Instagram,
is
he's
that
got a
our
big
geometry
Instagram,
is really
or
good.
follow the listserv, or
Thing is
both.
that we have so many
And
social trails.
everything that he pumps out.
That are just declared as highway equals
GIS
path,
Colorado,
because
right.
that's the
And
thing.
they're
You
just
would have to
subscribe to the
try
list.
to figure out from some kind of
That,
overlay,
is that?
how many
Yeah.
of those are actually
Yeah,
officially
and then, like,
recognized trails.
I mean, it's not just for
And
Colorado.
so I think in the
People
interim, you don't
all over the
want,
nation
that's
post
why
jobs
All
on this
Trails
list.
is getting into trouble.
Yeah.
Because they're sending
Like,
people into places
one of the
where people are like,
no
this
for
is
people go to-
not environmentally okay.
Solve
for
prob-
you to
solve
be
the
walking
problem.
here.
Yeah.
And so our project is, actually it started because a park ranger from Canyonlands was like, you have all these people getting like up on this thing and getting stuck on this cliff and then having problems and being dehydrated because they thought it was a national park trail and it's not.
Yep.
And we're like, oh, because that was just one of those highway equals path things
That someone had mapped.
that someone had mapped because they saw it on satellite imagery, because you look at Utah on satellite imagery and you're like, there's a trail,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
And so a lot of this project is just trying to use two tags, that one is operator, like the National Park Service is actually the operator of this tag.
And that's something you can query, like the drop downs.
Well,
No,
yeah, I mean, so we are trying to get it, we are trying to encourage mappers to use it more.
Okay.
And then there's also another tag called informal. And if informal equals yes is in the database, then that means it's a social trail.
Okay.
That it is not something that is approved by land managers.
okay. Yeah.
So those are the two things that we're just like, okay, but like if we start getting this so that people like All Trails can look and say, hey, informal equals yes, let's not render that as a thing to go hiking.
Yep, yep.
So we're trying to build a data schema mentally that can add that extra attribute information to the good geometry that exists out there. So it's still a junk show, the
Yeah,
whole thing.
yeah.
So it's not really a great solution for what you're trying to do right now.
Yeah.
But I encourage you to be part of the discussion and being aware of what the USGS is doing with trying to build this trails layer.
Mhm.
So, and we're part of it, and we're trying to, like, we've got all of these people that have really good GPX traces and
Yep.
really good geometry.
Mhm.
And then we have a whole army of people that could map it well. And then we've got land managers who are like, please don't show all of these things as real trails.
Yeah.
And then we have search and rescue that are like, but we still need to know about all of those trails, which is why we keep everything in the database. We never delete anything
Mhm.
because it's real.
Yeah.
So it's just this big discussion.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
Okay. Might be okay then just to have all these errors.
Yeah. Go to OpenStreetMap U.S. and under the R work, there's a drop down that says trails. And you can find all sorts of stuff about this. Oh, yes, I wanted to correct the city's Washington. Anyone?
It was like District 1. There's a whole town inside of it. I mean, that's what I think is intended here. On this side of the highway, I don't even. Yeah, because this is. What's the next town that's over here? That's intended Florida, kind of like.
Wraps around it. So
Yeah.
This is city of Aurora down here and up here.
Well, Park is the next.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay.
Really good enough just to.
Yeah, this was not. Yeah.
They're all too familiar.
Oh. I guess.
So I am putting a new city's Washington zip file into that Rainier data folder. And we'll just pull the that data layer in directly. I think that might work. Because I think it was just the pathway. It was, remember when we said can't like handle unbroken error? I think it was just, I'd seen something wrong and I think I put something in with broken pathway. So we'll just pull it in directly that way.
We have a new piece of data, we need to find someone.
In the Mount Rainier folder on the downloads. So if you go to the head of the module for the visualization, there should be like get to that, navigate to the
Not really info.
yeah.
And what's the new piece we're pointing at?
It is cities Washington zip.
Oh, it looks unzipped on mine here. If I have cities Washington and trace all of these.
Go to the main Dropbox folder that we downloaded initially.
Thanks. Oh,
And just go ahead and drag that that zip file directly into the Rainier project.
after them.
Yeah. Just to get, so like when we're like pointing to the direction of where that's sitting, just kind of add it in that way. And then the other thing that we're gonna do is work with a little Python script to make a hillshade. So we can just, you know, for grins, get rid of the one that's in Mount Rainier if you want to or not, so that the only thing that we've got in this project might be the DEM You can do this any way you want to. Again, these are all scratch kind of things, but these are just very simple examples of how to start poking around with Python a little bit. And just some little scripts in our module here. And I just wanted to work with these two different data files. So if we've got the Mount Rainier DEM and then also the cities. And the other thing that's kind of sneaky now about the Mount Rainier DEM TIFF, for this to work pretty well, honestly, doing a copy of this TIFF and just putting it in a folder that is directly in like downloads GISCO workshop data is kind of how I've set up the code for it to work without you having to change the code at all. You'll see what I mean if we try something and it breaks. So what I mean is that if you've got a folder that looks like this, downloads workshop data, having a little Mount Rainier DEM, oop, that's the world file, not the TIFF, copied the wrong one. Both. Just having those both in here is probably an easy way for this to work.
So we're looking at our file folder. You can have the hill shade check at the end and
Say that again? No, we don't need the hill shade.
Right, so the DEM typically.
Yeah.
Copy.
Yeah. Yeah. And this isn't that important. You'll see what we're doing in just a second. But basically, we are just thinking about how is Python integrated into QGIS? And the reason why we want to think about this is that Python is a language that if you get excited about all of this and you want to start building a plugin ever, this is a language to do it in. So QGIS is based on C++ and Python, and it's built on Qt for the actual structures that we see on that interface. So that's how that graphic interface is built.
copy that. Copy that. Just paste it into the Mount Rainier. What is it called? That's right. Oh, that's for work.
Yeah, we just want to have like a really basic project that has these two layers in it.
Cities and DM. Don't bother about the hill shade. Right?
Don't worry about that, because we're gonna make one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So here I have my very simple project with a DEM or veneer that we use for our 3D viewing. And this doesn't make a lot of logical sense. I also had a cities layer. I did this geology lab where we did Lahar flows and like kind of judged how many people were at risk by the population of these different cities from Tefra and Lahar flows from Mount Rainier as that's kind of why these are hanging out here together. But all we're going to do today with these two files is just use them to get a little bit familiar with using the Python console that is built into QGIS. So if we go up to the plugins menu, that is where the Python console lives. So in addition to manage and install plugins, we can also open up the Python console there. And if we see that, what we've got is an interactive prompt for Python commands. That's just sitting there waiting for us to do things. And the classic command that we always start with is hello world, right? Print is our command. If you put in parentheses and then a quote and any kind of string in there and hit return, we have sent a command to that console and it's given us a response and a history right in that spot. So it is a dynamic, interactive space. So why would you want to use Python? What's the point of doing this in QGIS? We can do commands from that Python console. We can run an entire code when QGIS starts on startup. We can have our own custom expressions and write our own custom actions. That's what leads us into that idea of writing our own custom plugins. Is there something that you want to do with all this spatial data that nobody's figured out with buttons for you to click on and do things? Then you have more control to be able to do more particular things with it by going into that data and really saying, this is what I want to do. You can create new processing algorithms and again, create your own plugins. There are a lot of things, but a lot of it is just efficiency. If you have some kind of process at your work that you do that's GIS, instead of clicking through things all the time, you can write that script, run it, change your variables, and just redo that same process for all of the things that you need to do. Say you're looking at easements and you need to calculate the area of the building footprint of existing buildings on every easement that comes through your office. You can write a script that says, find building polygons, calculate footprint area, return, boom. Like I can just send that in every single time instead of clicking and going through that process all the time. So there is the console, and we just did print hello world, and you get that response right in there, but it doesn't, it's ephemeral, right? It doesn't stay, it's not anything that's gonna stick. But the console also has a place where you can click on show the editor and open up an editor for running full scripts. And you can also save scripts and use them over and over again in this same space. So go ahead and click on that, hover over the show editor button. If you open it, you might get a smaller window than that you can just kind of like hover on these things and move them around and get things to sit where you'd like them to be. And so here is where we can enter a full script and run it and have that script do what we want to with our data. Now, to understand what those possibilities are, we want to understand a little bit about what the PyQGIS API is. And this is just something that talks from Python to QGIS, and it has these different classes that it will have sets of commands that will kind of pull these things that are built particularly for that API. And a lot of these are very QGIS geospatial type things. So our simple attribute that we have here is, okay, for my interface, I want to talk to the active layer, right? So in this simple example, if you copy this code and put it into our code editor, we're going to run it, and we're going to run it on an active layer. But before we do that, we want to talk about what this is doing and look at our data and understand what kind of little data management process we're going to be going with here. So I'm going to paste it into my code editor, but let's look and see what it actually is. So we've got the class interface that's saying, all right, I want to talk to the active layer. And that class becomes an object as soon as we give it a parameter and say, this is what I want you to pay attention to. And then that becomes a method once we actually say, go, do something with that. And so it's going to give us the layer which has been collected in that, that is highlighted in our layers menu, and it's going to save it in a layers variable. So we're declaring this layer variable to be whatever we have, and we're going to use cities Washington. So we're going to say that's our layer, that's what we want to work with. Then once we have that layer, we're going to say, hey, we have to turn on editing. We haven't talked about editing that much at all, but there are ways you can just toggle editing on and off for attributes and also for all of the points, lines, polygons, the vector things that you can do. There are editing toolbars. But here we're just doing it with Python, saying, I want to start editing. That toggles it on. And now I'm going to say, I want to delete one of those columns out of my shapefile. So the way that I have this written, it is something that just deletes the second column of your shapefile. So if I open, again, look at our data and see what we've got here. Oh, this is the one that I've already deleted. That was awesome. Did I just give everybody that deleted one? Good news is this data is not important. And so we can just delete yet another one. Awesome. So what this looked like before I gave, oh no, there it is. We're good. I just opened the wrong thing. I'm blind. So we've got this column that says, okay, I've got my IDs, I've got a class of what kind of city it is, I have the state for where this city is, but my whole project is just all Washington. So this column is like doing nothing for me in this project. And so maybe I want to get rid of it. So what we want to do is say in our Python array mind, we start with 0. And then that's our ID column. And then this is 1. And then Washington is 2. So instead of having 1 here, if I want to delete the third one over, I want to go into here and change that 1 to a 2.
Starts at 0, right?
It starts at 0. And so now, if I run this, hover over thing, it says run script. And it's going to give me that history that I've executed this command. And now when I go back into open my table again, have more than one open. Oh, there. Okay, my layer wasn't active. It's late. We have to have our layer clicked to be active for it to run. It didn't have an active layer. It has to have that blue highlight on it. It'll run and not give an error because I don't have any print statements about it. And now I'm going to open that attribute table. And this time, come on. Oh, this was working not too long ago. Yay, live demos. But the idea is there. So you can tell this is the last thing that I added to this workshop when I was still trying to pull things together. Okay. This is the failed bug part of this workshop today, but I'll try and figure out what's a little off and get back to y'all. But that is basically the idea here, is that it is deleting that that third attribute over of the active layer that is in here. But there might be something that I did in the weird supply of the data. This isn't working for anyone, is it?
It worked for me. I got to work.
Yeah, okay. Also, my computer just might be sad. Well, good. There's some success in the room on that, because that is that simple example. And so if we think about all of the different things that we can do while we're clicking around with an interface, all of the commands, the geoprocessing commands, all of these different things, these are the objects, methods, everything that's built into Python that we can turn into automated scripts so that we can do these things more efficiently once we have a repetitive workflow of something that we need to do over and over again. And so the other thing that I have here is is an example code of creating a hillshade out of this DEM that we have. I had us put a copy of that in our GISCO workshop data downloads because that's the pathway that is here. So when we say our file name is this, our DEM is going to be looking for that data directory pathway. If you don't have the tip in that spot, this won't work, but you can change what your pathway variables are. And the interface, again.
So you gotta edit that one line.
Yeah, you can either put Mount Rainier tip into this, or you can change this line to the pathway of where your DEM is sitting. Again, we're using our iFace object and calling the method add raster layer. So we're going to be using that. GDAL is the end all back support of converting conversions and creating files of things everywhere. And then this is the process of run this and load results, which is another method to create a native hillshade off of that DEM with all of these parameters added to it. So if I have better luck with this one, I'm going to get rid of those and run this script, and boom, there it is. That just made a hillshade for me in my project. And the nice thing about a script is instead of if something's slightly wrong and you want to go back and change what your azimuth angle is or anything, you can just go and change it right there instead of having to click through all the things again. But that's just a really quick introduction to the Python console and the editor where you can have more full scripts sitting there. And you can also save these scripts directly from the editor.
Huge fan of Kenneth Field's terrain tools.
Mm.
So I don't know if I'll ever do a hillshade like this.
This is more just an example of a processing algorithm
Right.
and how you can just have it
Oh, yeah,
in
yeah, you can
code
just
form. Yeah,
change
it's-
those factors. Right? And of course, if you're doing that to the layer, you can duplicate the layer and then change some of those variables so that you get more modulated hillshade.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It just, Python gives you more direct control about once you get comfortable with these kind of things. But when you learn what the objects are and how you can call different methods, anything that you do with clicking on the buttons for doing some kind of geoprocessing, clip a layer based on another one, intersect, all of those things can be done in Python scripts.
What could be wrong? So you paste it into the editor.
Yes,
Does the console need to be clear?
not the console. That's just a history reporting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, all of these modules are there.
Oh, I gotta change the names.
Oh, yeah, or like where your actual tip is sitting.
Still didn't work for me.
Where can you find like the syntax for like iFace.add raster layer? Like, like where you get DEM, GDAL.
So there is again, trying to go online, and that's kind of a good segue to some of the things that I want to share about training and different things that you can do. So this is one of the people that is amazing at giving back to the community as far as training resources, is this man named Ujjwal Gandhi, and he goes by the handle Spatial Thoughts on Twitter and different places like that. But he has built this thing called the GISCO Masterclass. And if you find those places where these resources are and start diving in to it, that's where you can get familiar with what all of the objects are and how people can use those things. You can also look in the documentation of PyQGIS itself. So anytime you're trying to figure out what the commands are and arguments and how to build example scripts, going to those places and just being able to say, hey, I want to know what this particular command is, or how do I do clip in Python in QGIS. So there are a lot of amazing resources that people like Visual put out there that are that kind of like do slow introductions. And then there's also just the documentation where if you're like, I need to know the particular arguments, like how do I pass certain things to this command? Just go straight into the documentation for PyQGIS. Yeah, so let's see. That was modules 4 and 5. And then some of the things that I just wanted to talk about a bit is just kind of discussing some of the integrations that Python has. And this goes back to that OS Geo install, where instead of just doing the minimal one, if you go to the downloads and you're looking for this, there's just the straight QGIS, but you can also do the full OS Geo network installer. And this gives you connections to all kinds of things that help you connect to an OS Geo terminal call, for example. And then you can pull in command line things like ogre to ogre, and it's something that lets you convert certain kinds of files from different projections. It uses GDAL, and it lets you convert so many different things in command line. It's a really, really nice tool if you're looking at that interoperability and you get some weird data set and you're like, what the heck is this? Then opening up a terminal, like an OSGeo terminal, and just say, I just want this shell, and you can type in, it's gonna give me options about all of the different ways and commands that I can order things to say, these are all of the things that I can use for converting stuff. It's amazing. So if you want to go for that fuller install of QGIS with all of those pieces, then that gives you even more interoperability. Again, QGIS was built as a viewer for databases for like PostgreSQL, and so it integrates really, really well. If you look at the data source manager, you can just pull a PostgreSQL database and connect to it directly in right there. There's a lot of ways that QGIS can integrate with all of these different kinds of things. That is mostly what I had for everyone today. I think we're all getting, or I'm getting a little tired. It's that I am jet lagged, so I'm probably more tired than you. So I'm kind of in that space where I'm like, is it bedtime right now? And it's only, but there are things that I want to share. Oh, I didn't really finish that thing. This was just a summary of like all of the things that we did, but I want to emphasize that QGIS has really 3 main things about it that are amazing. It's cartography options. Remember that Flickr gallery, just to get inspired if you want to go back. There's built-in color ramps, the saved layouts, quick reproducibility. We talked about that with the print composer. It has flexible outputs. There's different kinds of things for preview modes, for color blindness, rendering options in 2D and 3D. You can save your own styles and style guides in there. We didn't touch on that much, but there's another workshop I did that is geology based, and you can pull the USGS geological, like this is how we represent sandstone. And these are our color swaths for what igneous rock should look like. And you can just pull that in as a style from the USGS Geological Society and just be like, boop, here's my geologic map. So that's an example of a style that you can save. It has really good analysis capabilities, all the standard geoprocessing functions. They're kind of like from that first menu at the top right, but then there's all of the processing tools in sub-built. It's connected with providers with GDAL, Saga, GRASS, all of these things that can kind of connect with processing scripts. And so many different data formats. And this is where it really shines over Esri, is that interoperability of all of the different kinds of data sets that it can work with. The graphical modeler is in there. We didn't talk too much about that. So if code is not your thing and you don't want to mess with Python, there is a very a parallel to the modeler that's in ArcGIS Pro. QGIS has one as well. You can build that to have those processes that way.
Node model builder.
Yeah, yeah. And then the other thing that's really great, again, is that customization and extensibility about it. So the plugins, all of the dockable panels and toolbars, choosing like what you want to do, that expression engine that lets you control things, like you can just override the defaults with those expressions that we kept putting in for how we represented the fonts and things. There's a lot to play with in that space. And so there's a lot more learning resources out there. Locate Press is a particular publisher that does open source books. And some of the books that are there, Kurt Menke has written this one for discovering QGIS 3.x. Anita Grasser and Gretchen Peterson got together and did a book that was just on map design, focused on cartography tools for QGIS. There's another one that Kurt Menke wrote with Hans van der Klost, which is just on hydrologic modeling kind of things in QGIS. If some environmental science thing is more your jam, but there's a lot out there, and there's a lot of websites as well. The Flickr galleries for inspiration. This is such a good go-to. This QGIS tutorials. So he did that Python masterclass for PyQGIS, but this is straight just tutorials for the GUI interface as well. And then there's that training manual from the main spot, and plugins and styles and groups and so many different things. I want to, let's see, that's the Flickr gallery. Ujjal's QGIS tutorials and tips looks like this. So QGIStutorials.com. There's all of these really different basic things to just kind of go in there and practice. And I'm a big fan of not YouTube things. YouTube is great, but sometimes you want to just go through something at your own pace, and these are all just screenshots, tutorials that you can kind of scan through, and they're very extensive. There's a lot of them to dive into. Like I said, he also has this PyQGIS masterclass for diving into that. And then there's the whole training manual from the main organization itself. And so it has a lot of different modules of lessons that you can go through as well, too. So many things. Yeah. But that is largely, what I wanted to share, and these are for people that, I used some of their ideas and some of the stuff that they've built before, so like I mentioned, all of the gifts that Kurt did. Dave Murray gave a similar exercise like this one to GISCO, I think a number of years ago, but that it was helpful to see that. Michelle Tobias is a person that works at UC Davis and does a lot of sharing out of really cool tutorials as well. She runs a group called Maptime Davis, and that's another place to look for. Just finding extra help and cool things that people do is like the Maptime groups and the different kinds of tutorials people post on GitHub. I have in the past been running Maptime Mile High. I've been a little busy and so it's been a little quiet, but that is another group that is around here where a lot of people do more open source kinds of investigations and playing as well. So I did have the 4 o'clock closing in mind a little bit, but I am open to chat about other questions, thoughts. And stuff.
In that plugin sort of source, that website where all the plugins are at.
Yeah.
Where's that again?
So if you, see, I stopped sharing. So if you go to the main website, at qgis.org, if you go to for users
Plugins.
underneath, there's that plugins piece right there.
Oh, great. And this is where you can do searches and stuff, because I'm sure this is where I'm gonna find that AIX Illustrator output. For this one. Right, because if that compatibility.
Or, and also in the documentation under here. So there's the user guide and manual and a lot of interesting things. There's like training, that's where more tutorials are in there too. And then I think Anita put this A Gentle Introduction to GIS kind of course together. There are just so many resources on the web that if you look for them, you can find a lot, but sometimes it's nice to do an in-person kind of walkthrough like this. So